Hey, welcome back to another session of Dungeons and Dragons. It's me, your dungeon master. Forget about it. Today we got ourselves the Guild of Trunarth or whatever it's called. It's a dumb name anyway. With me here, I got ourselves a lovely group of adventurers. So going up from the list, we starting with Tog, who is our little orc man. He's there. Next we got Norelor.
Yo, dog, you're so muted if you can hear.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had to be gone for a moment. Anyway, back to being a character. So we're gonna be going next to Valkin.
Hello, and welcome on in. Thank you for the follow there, Aeros. And the subscription.
You're finally following your boyfriend
Wait.
after all that?
Breaker, what the fuck? I've been following you all this time. I just re-upped my sub.
I am waking up. I did
Wow.
flub of line there. So please forgive and then take thank yous for subscription. Is most
There you go.
appreciated.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's
Also,
better.
also welcome on in Bronx, and I'm gonna stop this character's voice because it's hurting my throat. So,
I'm also back.
yeah, welcome back. We're just doing our little introductions, and going up to Vladimir.
Breaker, you still haven't updated your.
I already told him.
Wait, haven't updated it? What? It supposed to
No,
be.
it updated. It updated. I
thank you.
see it.
Okay. It was Twitch being
I
done
don't
on
see
Targ's end.
Nibble.
No, I still see it be my old thingy.
You may have to refresh there.
Yeah, may need to refresh the page there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, Yolo,
Yes.
I didn't realize Danny DeVito decided to make appearance and then split back to Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm back. It's me, Danny DeVito. With me, we have our cat, Paarth.
I am a very scaly cat. And also Trunarth, Strunk, and Scree.
Yeah. So welcome on in, everybody, to another session. It's been a fucking minute since we played.
Yeah, life happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fucking minute is a translation for entire month.
Exactly, but we're back. Doing pretty good. If you guys are a little bit confused about what this RAR bridge thing is, our lovely little pseudo friend, Davwyn, they did a connection for both me and Breaker's stream. So if you want to watch it from my perspective, which is the Dungeon Master's perspective, go to my fucking channel. Why aren't you there? But if you want to just, watch from the player's perspective, I sure, whatever, you can go on over to Breaker's channel.
Or you can do both,
Yes.
and it doesn't matter which side you go blah 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 on, because it'll show up on both sides.
Exactly.
Yep. And you can have each of us pull up in a tab, one of us muted there, and supporting both. And that's
Exactly.
one of us tab muted there instead of on the little hover over stream mute.
The question is, who do you mute? Me or the other? Anyway, for a generalized recap of what is going on in the Guild of Trunarth, going through your travels of the realm of Faerun, you've been dealing with a lot of different traumas and turmoils, goblin attacks and ambushes, of trying to seek your way of learning experience as an adventurer, deceptions among those areas, bandit attacks, all of the craziness. Really, life has been a bit of a roller coaster. But up until then, you have still kind of had lots of questions of, what the guild essentially is and what's been going on at this moment. And it wasn't until the prior day, to be in its entirety, as you had made it on over to an abandoned castle, what looks to have been there for generations, being the stronghold for what's known as the Cragmaw tribe. Quickly, and with a little bit of effort into it, you wipe out the rest of what looks to be the tribe itself, with one unfortunately escaping, but it's just a little bit. And as you had kind of cleaned up the rest of the tribe itself and making sure that the nature and around it has been able to thrive yet again, without the chaos of goblinoids, an unfortunate pair of people ambush you. One of the last bit of doppelgangers for you, Vladimir, and also an prior ally deceived to truly be an enemy. Achenon had ambushed you, but you were able to effectively persuade your way and changing the mind of this dragonborn. So, from one ally of unknown origin to an enemy of known origin has now basically transferred back to your side, with a bit of unknown potential. As you'd even kind of recuperated or so at his old house that was supposed to be for him and his wife, of prior alive status, you were given the general information of really just some true underlying plots and plans of what looked to have been a bit more of like a royal espionage situation going on with Vulcan's sort of life, and how things from their general I'm trying to think of words because I'm really tired, of their lands have now transpired and kind of pulled their way over here. After taking the night to recuperate and reflect, as you had gone into your slumber, truth does seem to be getting closer as you kind of continue and press forward with this dauntless journey, but you do realize that one thing is lacking within your party, and that is the strength to continue forward. Not like motivation in that regard, but ability-wise. And you do make it your task in the morning to set forth into unknown uncharted territories, aka the Feywilds, as your particular familiar may have some connections there to assist further in vanquishing these evildoers. As you wake up. Yep. In the morning itself, as you wake up and slowly kind of shake away the dew of the morning, you do notice that Achenon is no longer at the house. As even though it is like the bright early morning, he seems to have gone out and done some things even earlier than you all.
Well, we don't know how far away that place is. He's going to go for the rescue mission, so makes sense.
He
Mhm.
also has that, because Vladimir would have set up that crystal to let sit out and charge overnight.
Yes. It would have had to stay near the headset device or so as you had gone through with it, but as you do awaken, your Vanessa, aka like essentially like a Google Glass or so of sorts, you do notice that the gem that is connected in the interior of it is glowing prismatically, looking like it is ready for a full charge.
Good. Looks like it got fully charged.
Paarth
Do
can
you
be
wish to
seen-
connect to it?
Oh, sorry. Paarth can be seen looking at the really glowy gem, just kind of circling around it and sniffing at it curiously.
Actually, as you do that, give me a what is it? Give me an Arcana check as you sniff towards it.
Arcana? Been a while
Yeah.
since I rolled that. Just 4.
As you do sniff it, there is a faint and familiar smell that resonates from the crystal.
Hmm.
I have no idea where the dice rolled to. It bounced off the tree and then just seemed to fall into oblivion, but I rolled a 23.
Yeah, I would say the DC was a 10, so wasn't that difficult. You smell something of a magic that is directly connected to the usual areas that you go to in the Feywild. Something actually specifically that you would recall from it is it reminds you of a certain orb in the in a peculiar small settlement that you would actually play around at in the woodland areas. You would know that the Dryad, aka like the second in hand or so for the general leads for the summer courts, she would refer to it as the fairy orb, and it does provide a similar smell towards it.
Paarth seems to look the item over very, very carefully and curiously, and when Vladimir approaches to investigate it himself, Paarth makes a little curious chirp at Vladimir and telepathically imagines the fairy orb floating on its pedestal.
And while Vladimir was reaching down to grab it, he stops mid-motion to receive the image, and he just kind of goes like... He looks puzzled under the mask, and he just turns his head over to Paarth going, I'm not sure exactly what you're showing me.
Paarth gently noses at the trinket and then thinks of the orb a second time, and displays an image of himself smelling and climbing around on the pedestal until a dryad's voice says, "Paarth, get away from there."
That's not a toy, you little shit! It's a fairy orb, you gobsmack!
Thanks for taking something so gentle and made it so horrible.
It's the Feywild, bro. That's what they do all the fucking time. Anyway.
Wow, no touchy.
No
So,
touchy, I would.
at that point, Vladimir reclaims the monocle and thinks about the image that Paarth gave him and just goes, oh, so you're telling me this is a fragment from there?
Paarth looks uncertain and just does a sort of wing shrug while still looking at it curiously because the item just feels weirdly familiar.
I approach going, what is going on? Something wrong?
Well, no, Paarth just caught the familiar scent off of crystal inside. Apparently, it might be a fragment of an orb in a place where he frequents, probably Feywild.
Well, our people do have a special connection with the Fae.
Well, they
I
do.
wonder
they
if
do.
they may have used that to create this device. It is highly irregular.
That would be fair. as he reassembles the monocle and just kind of slips it back on over his ear.
Targ walks over as well and kind of narrows his eyes a bit. Just responds like, I am not familiar with this type of magic. I'm afraid you're on your own in that regard.
As Vlad puts in his earpiece, he immediately has a pseudodragon on the opposite shoulder.
As you all converse about the particular crystal or so, Norelor and Targ, are there any other things you were wanting to do?
Well, I did want to do the foraging trip of sorts at some point, right? I did mention that last time.
Yeah. If you want to do a quick forage or so, for like a little bit of like in-game time, like 20-30 minutes or so, more than free to.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, then go ahead and give me a survival check. As you do all converse around her, so you do notice that Marshell is just kind of like reading up on his notes and everything like that. And he is like seeing if anything pulls up or so within the general like connotations of a crystal, but nothing does seem to show up, unfortunately.
Well, that's not great.
An 8. Yeah, you basically spend the time or so looking around the general area, and from like the kind of noise that's been kind of occurring lately, you don't see any small wildlife to eat, or at least to help cook or so. And even as you look around or so, some of the foliage or so kind of overtakes some of the berry life, and you're basically able to find like enough good enough berries to fill your hand, enough for like a snack for one person or so.
All right. I'll just kind of approach back and just kind of put them into this little bundle with a napkin or something. I'll be like, anyone want some berries? I just foraged.
Well, before you do that, there is something that does happen as you're going through your foraging. So we'll bounce it back a little bit.
Yes.
As you, the rest of you are kind of, getting ready for the day and conversing about the crystal. Paarth, you notice that there is a particular sort of feeling of another creature that is similar towards you within the general area, as a small little pixie flutters out from the woods.
Oh no, it's a heckin' Tinkerbell.
Yeah, and it does flutter towards you or so and starts like poking at you a whole bunch or so.
With the Paarth being on Vlad's shoulder, Vlad would be seeing this too.
Yeah.
But Paarth perks up immediately upon the pixie starting to approach and makes a happy chirp and starts bobbing his head up and down.
You can tell that Vlad and also Paarth, actually really anyone that's around, so it would be like Norelor and even Valkin if you were paying attention. What is all of your passive insights?
Passive insight.
I didn't even know insight was a...
There's a passive. Each stat has passive.
Yeah, I didn't even know insight was a score. Oh, it is a score. Yeah.
I have a +2.
Same, so that'd be a plus 12 for passive, if I'm calculating that right.
Yeah.
So it's insight you want?
Yeah.
10 plus the score. So Paarth has just 11.
She has 17, though she's currently deep in thought thought at the moment.
Vlad
Okay.
is 14, but at the point of the pixie approaching, Vladimir would have went to try to catch Norelor's attention. Like, he's in mid-motion.
I would say that for you, Aeros, and also Norelor, for Norelor, even though you're kind of like focused on deep thought, it would kind of snap back to you a little bit as you see this pixie.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that it's more like it doesn't look like it's in a playful mood. It actually looks like it's worried about something and trying to like pull you guys towards a direction.
It goes, is something wrong, little one?
Yes, it's just you see that like she struggles to find the right words. So- and basically just starts like kind of pulling back on like Paarth's like little wing or so, being like, we have to go, as they say in Sylvan.
Paarth stands up and starts to hop off of Vladimir's shoulder to go in the direction the pixie is indicating, while turning his head briefly towards the rest, giving a chirp of a come follow kind of sort of gesture.
You don't need to ask me twice. Question, is the druid and the rock seeker still here?
Oh, yeah, so both Rockseeker is just kind of like at his other spot or so, like where he usually is, there by the woods. He's kind of just like polishing up armor and stuff like that. And you see the druid is just meditating. So
Yeah, okay, she'll approach Rockseeker then. So, before we go, you mind... So he pulls out the necklace. You mind taking this back to the person?
oh yes, of course. Who does this go to?
What's the name of the lady again?
There is a lady in what's the name of that little town that we took care of the
Philander.
ruffians? Yeah, Philander.
Yeah, she was amongst the bards that got captured.
I can't seem to recall her name. Well, actually, I only heard of her through you guys talking about her. I never actually met the person, I think.
Yeah, that was more of a question to the DM, but alright.
Yeah, the person's name is Maria.
It's Maria. It goes to Maria.
Maria, like within Fendelin?
Yeah, the Fendlin. That's
Oh, that's right. I know who Maria is. Yep. Once me and the druid get going, I'll make sure to deliver to her right away.
Alright. Just figured since you two are going in the same direction as her.
Sounds like a good plan then. Well, wherever you will be going then, may your journeys be blessed.
Alright.
Thank
Alright.
you for your help, Master Dwarf. And you as well, Druid.
As Paarth chases after the fairy, pixie, he frequently looks behind himself to make sure that he's got, for lack of better words, the tribe following.
After she gives the necklace to Rockshaker, she's following Paarth.
You do actually notice that as the pixie leads more towards this direction or so, which Paarth you'd be nearby, she actually stands in front of Paarth with kind of like a arms out extension and like a little frustrated face of like basically just denying the rest of you from going with them.
Paarth tilts his head to one side because he remembers what he was told last time, but looks to Vladimir for a couple of moments and paws at the ground a couple times, then nods to the pixie and flutters after her.
She does recant to you all in common. This is business of the summer courts. I can't allow outsiders into our realm.
Our people have been overcalled with some reports. And know me as Valkin. Valkin Raspin.
I don't care what your name is. You're not Fae. So you
There.
can go away.
I produce a small coin-like trinket there in my hand. This
Ooh.
grants me access.
What is the coin exactly? Or is it just kind of like...
It's just a small trinket there. It has no magical implications in and of itself there, but it is a token of the bond between the Volpine people there and the Fae from ages past.
Also, Paarth is genuinely confused as the Triad last spoke with him about wanting him to bring his party with him on the next time the gates open.
I don't think Paarth ever actually shared that intel with the rest of the group, so I don't think there would have been a...
Paarth
I
couldn't
wouldn't
tell
e-
them. He doesn't have the words to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Vulcan, since you presented that token, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Alright. Let's see here. Persuasion is +8. Got it. Let's see here.
Targ excluded. The funny part is the entire party is children of the Fae.
Hmm.
He does have a point.
Yep.
Well, technically speaking, Targ's people are not even of this world originally.
As I said, Targ excluded.
Hmm. I don't know where that.
Yeah, your dice did the same thing mine did. It just like transwarped somewhere else, but
Yep. But 26 without advantage.
Yeah, sorry, I was chewing on something. I'm gonna hydrate for a moment.
Yep. And right. Forgot
You
the
don't even need to
exclamation
roll the
point.
other one. You got it.
Okay.
You're good. She does examine the coin a little bit, and she kind of like ponders for a moment. It's like, okay, fine, but you all be on your best behavior. This is important business.
The Raspin family has always treated cordially with the courts.
She nods and she goes. Speaks back in Sylvan to you, Parts like, "May I use the key?"
Paarth immediately fishes it out of his bag and holds it out to her.
She does take it. As it is a little bit awkward in her hands because of the size, but she flutters on over to this direction, and you see that she holds the key out using both her hands, and you see it actually stick into nothing. But you do hear like a clicking noise, and she turns it as it just kind of floats in midair. As you notice, and I'm just gonna have it be going right here, so I hope this works.
Paarth seems to be completely casual about this, while for the rest of the party are like, "Oh, that's what that thing does."
Like, whoa, that's pretty poggers. As you do notice that a massive golden door emerges before you. Hopefully,
Yep, we see it.
Yep,
Yeah,
we
cool.
see it.
And you notice that like on the sides of it too, like bits of like incandescently lit flames omit from the sides of it as well, in shades of like indigo and purple and green and like a light blue, but nothing of a general red flame color that you would be familiar with. And she steps away for a bit and like puts the key back in your pack, Paarth, as the door opens. As you just see light emitting outwards from it. Come on. And she flutters straight through and immediately disappears.
Paarth, without hesitation, moves along, only turning his head briefly to chirp at the party behind him as he steps through.
Yeah, well, guess we're visiting the Freight God today.
Indeed.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. And Marshall just like quickly gathers up his stuff and everything like that and starts running on over.
Come on, elf.
Marshall's probably like, I got this sketch everything.
No, yeah, he has to document everything.
With that,
Yeah.
Vladimir slowly approaches the threshold of the door. And he does the curious thing of like sticking a paw through first.
Mm.
Because he's never seen this shit before. He's never seen any of this before. And
He got to see the door once.
the door
before
once.
it's kicked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just kind of like curiously reaching his paw through it to feel, you know, what it's like. And then
It feels tingly light and like touching cotton candy.
Silent Lord advises us all to be extremely careful while in this realm.
Yep. Give me one moment. I'm just getting everything loaded in and adjusted. So.
Yep. Valkin begins to walk through without too much hesitation, as if he had been here before to the party.
Mhm.
But just before walking through, says, "Do watch your tongues. The summer court is much more lenient on the words and bindings than the winter, but they still observe the tradition of playing tricks with your wording, especially if there is a request involved."
Indeed. Also, I'm just gonna make sure I adjust the levels and everything of the light and sorts because
Mhm.
it is.
Because the flames are very bright.
Yeah, it starts off like that, which is really weird. I have to adjust the daylight and everything like that. But it does. Let me get a description going here as soon as I get the opportunity. That's better. And actually, we'll pull it back just a little bit.
I am an agent of death, but I'd rather
Ooh,
not
that's
bring it
way-
in this place.
That is not what I was looking for. Why did you do that? Okay, that is definitely not what I'm setting it to, but whatever. Let me
Yeah.
adjust that a little bit.
It's like, can we have the halfway point? There we go.
Yes.
That's what
Something
I'm
like
trying
that.
to do is like the halfway point, but this is good actually. I'm okay with this.
Ugh.
Once clear the door, it's easy to see.
Yeah.
Mm.
So as you make your way through, the door closes right before you, but stays. And the atmosphere feels sweeter, but also a bit heavy for breathing, as you're not quite used to interplanar travel, though you do adjust relatively quickly. As your eyes adjust, you do see a large amount of awkward wildlife, mushrooms and trees, and even a slight flowing river that goes before you. But the color of the river is different. It's not your standard blue, it's actually more of a hueish of purple, as some bits and pieces bubble and toil like a cauldron and potion making. before you stands 4 different figures. One is a large dryad. One is a large dryad, which seems to be just kind of a lot less decorated than what you usually see of nature, as most of like the roots and different sorts of I'm trying to think of the best word, like foliage that would arise on a druid or a dryad or so, looks wilted in some regard. You also do notice 2 pixies. One that looks to be the one that like pulled you in, as there's a male one waiting ahead, and also a bit of a half man, half goat sort of humanoid that stands before you.
One other thing of note is when you get onto this side, you almost don't notice Paarth for a moment until you realize that the orange and yellow colored fairy dragon is Paarth, and when you look at him carefully, you can see through the look and still see the original Paarth. His Fey mark is much stronger here, to the point that you see more fairy dragon of Paarth than you see of the pseudodragon of Paarth.
Yeah. That's good. This is a good hue for it.
So
I'm just gonna make
Paarth's
sure to
Fey
light
mark
up
is constantly active on the side of the door.
Suddenly it's very dark.
Yeah. I'm trying to adjust the level for it, so I'm just gonna make sure that everyone's visible. I'll enable torches for you all. Okay?
Yep.
Mhm.
Just that way you're visible. And as the pixie kind of goes on over and like stands before the dryad, before kind of going next to her, it's like, you should bow in the ordained presence of the constable of the summer courts. As the pixies give a bow along with the half man, half goat.
Paarth sits down onto the grassy ground and lowers his head for a couple seconds.
There. And I step forward and also give a bow, though due to the status of my family, it's one of a respect to equals sort of bow, as anything less or anything more would be considered giving up the status that has been established between the Summer Court and the Raspin family. Greetings, Constable. How fare you?
Do the rest of you bow?
I was about to say, let's have the rest of us fucking put in a piece first before y'all start on a conversation there, Breaker. Jesus Christ.
Oh, come.
Vladimir looks between all the Fae, looks at Paarth and looks at Valkin, seems extremely puzzled, and he thinks about one of the bows that would have been done back in his mercenary days. He looks down at his machetes and he ponders a moment, because one of the standard methods of bowing, or kneeling in this case, would be to draw the blade out, stick the tip into the ground, and take a knee, head lowered. But he ponders on this a moment, looks over to Paarth, and flashes that image to Paarth with a question of, is this acceptable?
Is it?
I forgot my mute. Paarth flashes back an image of Vladimir doing the same pose with his head lowered, but shows the metal as heated, as if Paarth was using heat metal on it. In other words, no metal.
Okay. I see now.
So at that point, he just kneels and clasps his right paw into a fist and sets it over his heart, takes a knee down and bows his head and lowers his head.
All right. Anyone else bowing?
No is bowing. Just standard is bow to the ones you respect greatly.
Targ just looks at the others for a moment and turns forwards to the Fey leader and he doesn't exactly bow, but he does kind of do this respectful inclination of the head, sort of like, if you've seen Teal'c from Stargate SG-1.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just a head bow only.
Yeah.
Yeah, and closes his eyes in so doing.
Yo, what's up, Constable? Smack it, my G. Nah, I know what you're talking about. And Marshall pretty much just kind of like still gathering his belongings, just like gives like a deep bow or so.
Probably while still holding his book at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Like papers are like slightly falling out or something like that, but like he's keeping it together. And then once they're done, you see as you all do your bow, the constable waves their hand before you as like, there was no need for such formalities, as truly it is a oddity for us to invite people outside the realms here. But you do have some wonderful guests. We have wonderful guests here, so there is no need for them to bow. As she actually takes a knee to both you, Paarth, and also you, Valkin.
Yeah.
When the Triad takes her knee, Paarth sits there for just a couple of moments before giving a little chirp sound to her in an affectionate way and jumps up onto her shoulder, giving her nuzzles into the side of her head.
Your hospitality is welcomed and appreciated, Warden.
It is much greatly appreciated that you all can arrive here. Unfortunately, I wish it was on more pleasantries that you would arrive, but as you can tell, at least for you, Paarth, the area itself does not seem so bright as it usually is. Paarth, I forgot to mention this, but you would have actually noticed that the summer courts do look a bit brighter than they usually this, and there usually isn't some sort of like purplish hue. You can feel this inclination of pure chaos hitting you as you go in.
Yeah,
as
so
something
things
just
are much
doesn't feel
darker
right.
and basically there's a bit of a purple miasma effect.
Exactly. So you can immediately feel that something is not right. I would go to explain it to you all within the lodgings that I have, but if they were to spot any sort of people or residents that are not a part of this area, then more trouble could arise in that area. So we will have to discuss things, unfortunately, right here.
Paarth tilts his head, looking a little bit concerned at her.
They would not be pleased? Who's this day, Warden?
Valkin, you would actually know of this in a general sense. The Fae are not welcoming of any people that do not have a direct tie to Fae-ish aspects. your family has been very welcomed in that regard. And Vladimir, you would also know this too, considering that you would have had to been like educated in this sort of standing of like fayish ties and sorts like that. But of course, most of your memories consist of you doing militia work, so you're kind of just like, this is politics, stuff like that. Doesn't matter. But for you, Vulcan, it would matter more because you know that any random stumbler within the Feywilds usually doesn't come back at all, or they don't come back the same way that they entered.
Paarth is a prime example.
Exactly. Most examples you notice is that people do not remember their time in the Feywilds. Or some people just come back in a completely different form.
There has been disturbances as of late.
It's been going for quite some time, but recently it's been affected. There's a particular bit of knowledge I should share with you before I continue. Directing her attention towards Paarth. You see, this little one right here is a guardian of this area. Still newbornish, but just blooming with potential.
Paarth makes a little happy little chirp noise on her shoulder.
Unfortunately, with your time away, a new guardian had to be presented or so, with you still being officially number one in that regard. We have to make sure that the areas stay intact or so, or else areas of the Feywild can fade away. They're mainly driven upon storytelling of sorts, and keeping that magic alive. If a guardian is missing, it fades away. And she points actually to right behind you, past the door. And even though that there is a bit of foliage that does show, and you can zoom out on the map to show, you notice that it looks like that there are certain portions that become less and less detailed. As the dense thicket that you arose from just fades into plain. And a fog from the distance, which let me go ahead and bring that up a little bit. A fog in a distance or so kicks up as just it seems as if nothing was created from that area. We have tried to make sure to preserve this magic here within Paarth, your ally, but with his time away, it's caused a lot more chaos than ensued. None of which is his fault, though, but of our mistakes. There was another pseudodragon of the same sort of upbringings with Paarth. They go by the name of Sycorax. Sycorax Safaria is their full title. They were supposed to be assisting with keeping this place intact, but unfortunately, with a bit of an instance with one of our greater treasures, chaos ensued as the land started eradicating itself. We need your help in order to get that treasure back so we can restore the plane.
We would be very willing to help restore your lands. Please, tell us more about how this may be done.
This place, it is irregular, lacking order, but I sense something more disruptive somewhere beyond.
Yes, unfortunately, there was a particular area that some of our other dryads were tending towards. A shrine consisting towards some of our more higher deities of harvest and of nature, making sure that everything is in balance and good tact. that has unfortunately been driven away due to our corrupted guardian. Upon one day, they were in charge of keeping task with an orb of power, one purely of chaotic magic pulled from the maelstrom of different planes, and well, mainly more of just our plane itself. It's called the Fairy Orb, and this would be something for you, Vladimir. The flash of the orb showing prior, that is what would kind of like kick in your head of like, oh, I know what that is.
At that point, with that image flash in Vlad's head, he instantly shifts his eyes to Paarth, giving an emotion of, so that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Paarth seems to be also eyeing Vladimir's earpiece.
This orb, while it does have a bit of chaotic magic towards it, within the right hands, it can be used to mend and keep alive the Feywilds, at least of this area. But unfortunately, in a sort of monstrosity, she like kind of like looks down for a moment. It's like, our poor guardian was corrupted by a monster within the material planes. One of ungodly sight. There must have been some sort of mistake that occurred of connecting magics of sorts, and while the monster is gone in your world, it has appeared in the form of our guardian in ours, taking over its body and trying to reshape this world into its perfect image.
Are you able to describe this corruption somehow?
The corruption itself is randomized in most times. Sometimes plant life just burns away at nothing, while some of the more chaotic creatures, like the red caps or so in the area, which have been recently popping up, they have different magical effects applied to them. While some of our more tamer and of good aligned Fae, they seem to be weakened and dampened from it. You can even tell from me, I've grown quite weak from it, and we don't have the strength to fight this monstrosity. But you all, I've been noticing your travels with Paarth, and while I have to say that you all seem inexperienced, I think you are the right people for this time.
Tell me more about this orb, if you would, please. What happened to it originally?
We keep it at a post or so nearby the atrium, nearby here. Basically a section or so that's nearby an entrance of the of a court room, which would be a small court-like area. We usually keep it posted there so anyone can keep it watch, but it would seem as if with the corrupted ties of magic from the monstrosity of the planar world and of our guardian here, it's no longer at the atrium. It's actually fused and embedded within our guardian at this point.
There was a mention of some creatures called red caps. Can you tell me what those are? I don't believe I've encountered such things.
Let's go ahead and see. Yes. A red cap is a homicidal sort of creature within our area. Usually they're not quite out here at most. They're usually around areas where hags would reside in that area. They're born from pure bloodlust. They are small, but they have formidable strength, which they use to hunt and kill without hesitation or regret. If you notice one, they lack subtlety, so they will go for direct confrontation, and they will not hold back in that regard.
Very well.
Yeah. They are quite similar in nature to your goblins of sorts, only more dangerous.
Indeed.
Paarth looks concerned as the explanation is given about the other pseudodragon. He's only ever seen the pseudodragon in passing.
Mm-hmm.
One more bit of information, please. The connection to the other planar world. You say that from the planars, a monster has entered this the Feywilds and corrupted the Guardian, and in the process, it has transplanted the orb into what is now its chest.
That is mostly correct. The monstrosity itself does not seem to be here or in your world anymore, but the strands of magic that would have shone through when it came down to that connection that occurred with tampering with the orb, it must have caused some sort of chaotic fusion of sorts, of at least mind going to a separate body and destroying the soul within the other. All in all,
No, please.
I don't know if any of you have ever seen this creature before, or even heard of it, but it goes by the name of a beholder.
A beholder? Those creatures are not to be trifled with in our world. They usually only exist in the lower depths of the Underdark.
Yes, it would seem that one of them was tampered and well knowledgeable within the arcane, using it to perfect itself. But that's from, at least from what some of my still alive pixies and sorts had been able to identify. But I know this is a dangerous task to ask of you all, and especially within attention to rising within you, but will you be able to help us?
There will need to be much preparations for engaging a creature of this magnitude. But I am confident that we will be able to come to an arrangement.
I understand. If you are still willing to assist in this regard, I can make sure it's worth your while. The orb itself, if you're able to bring it back in, still within its pristine condition, no other chaos emitting from it, it can imbue unlocked potential within people.
I see. That would be very, very helpful. We will need to discuss and see what we have at our own disposal before we can give a commitment to full aid. Though know that our hearts are sympathetic to the cause.
If there's anything you could offer us in order to combat this eye tyrant, that would also be appreciated. Any knowledge, even.
I will have to think about that. We haven't been able to find any particular weaknesses of sorts just yet, but I do have a group of people that are arriving back soon, hopefully from the Dryads, the Dryads offering shrine, so they should be able to provide at least a bit more information.
One more question before such matters are attended to. You said that when the entity entered this world and it corrupted the orb, it corrupted the orb. How did that corruption begin? What sort of ritual or magics or any of the sort might have been placed upon it?
I have been unable to figure out. The only thing I truly know is that our orb glows with like a prismatic sort of color. But ever since that incident has occurred, it has been churning as if it was a twilight and pitch black.
Strange. This is most unusual. How many of these crystals are there?
It's only one orb. That's all it is.
And there are no other fragments akin to it?
Not that I recall of. The orb itself is a very highly concentrated gem. Nothing of any ordinary sort of tools or sorts could break it or chip it away or so. You could even have a dragon stomp it and crush it, and it would still keep its form in clean condition.
Paarth flutters over and takes a landing on Vladimir's shoulder on the side that he keeps his earpiece, and just gently noses it a couple times.
And to your knowledge, the gem itself is intact but corrupted.
Yes.
At this point, Vladimir, throughout this whole time, his physical stature has been like really nervous, as he's been kind of fidgeting his paws together. But upon the broach up of the orb and whatnot, and realizing that Paarth has landed on Vlad's shoulder, nosing at the earpiece, he just pauses his motions and he looks over to Paarth.
And like that last answer in there does give Valkin some relief that, okay, however this thing in Vlad's earpiece may look like the orb as described, the orb itself is intact, so that is not a fragment of it.
Right. Was there anything that anyone else wanted to ask, or anything else that anyone wanted to do?
Oh, Norelor has a question, but you would ask it when the creep is by itself.
Okay.
Sorry, you mean the Dryad is by them? Like, what, just her into the Dryad?
Well, more like when the adventuring group is by itself discussing things, you would ask the question then.
And
Okay.
not credit the Fae, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we would much appreciate the help of sorts, and if you were needing of any particular, however you make your decision, we'll let you discuss it for a moment, as she does kind of gesture everyone else to basically just kind of go this way.
Just before she makes her leave, Paarth will flutter down onto the ground and trip towards the Dryad. Then he will turn around so that his cape is fully visible to her with the quartz symbol on it. Crane his head to nose at the symbol and then gesture at the others. In other words, he's asking for her seal.
Ah, yes. There may not be need for that, though, as you travel through. I will alert and make sure that when things do go through, that no one, at least of our end, will question you or have any sort of malicious intent.
Paarth gives a deep nod in appreciation.
At that point, after after the dryad finishes her piece, Vladimir just slowly brings up a digit and goes,
If I may, I don't know what your proper title is. Constable, correct?
and this is in Sylvan.
Oh, you're quite familiar with that. She responds back in Sylvan, being like, my official title is High Constable to the Summer Courts.
Right. High Constable, I do have one question for you.
And his physique, like his physical body, absolutely betrays this nervousness because he's never had to deal with this kind of royalty before. Like, sure, he's dealt with Valkin, but
But he's just
It's-
minor royalty. Just teasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, minor royalty.
He's a royalty that you're used to.
Mhm.
yeah. And
He goes, this was brought to my attention before we crossed threshold.
but he pulls off his earpiece and he pops open the back plate and he just holds it in his paw, presenting the crystal within it to the dryad.
And he goes, I was told that by Paarth here that this is this has similar, what's the phrase I'm looking for?
Properties.
Similar like properties or something to to a fairy orb that you had mentioned before. And to be quite honest, as soon as I heard about it, I thought this was a fragment from one you were referring to, which was, to be quite honest, why I'm a bit nervous.
May I? As she extends her hands out, open palm.
Do you want just crystal or whole thing?
The whole thing, if maybe. This looks familiar.
Paarth is just peering up at the device, kind of like sniffing at it again while it's being held over his head.
Vladimir pauses a second, and he goes, I do pardon my hesitation, High Constable. Just very nervous.
As he takes the earpiece and he sets it in her hand.
No. It crushes. No, I'm just joking. She gently looks over the device and holds the crystal. It's like, this is pure magic that would be tied to the orb itself. And the device is similar to one of a different Vulpine that arrived here quite some time ago. Someone of older nature and a younger woman of sorts.
You're referring to the good doctor and his assistant Vicky.
Vicky, yes. Yes, I actually remember them. They were lovely guests, actually, of your court. They're Valkin. And, they had actually done bits and pieces of research of some sort of project they were working on that was separate from this. It's all technical and not particularly of my enjoyment, but they said that there had to be some sort of magical tie to the soul, and of course I showed them the orb itself, and they were very gentle with their assistance and helping me with the other particular issues, so I allowed them to have a strand of that connection. So, and she hands it back over to you gently.
Upon that explanation, it can be seen that Vlad is actually relaxing, calming down from the nervousness, as he reclaims the earpiece and slowly reassembles it to slip it back over his ear, going,
Okay, well, at least there's that.
As you actually reattach it, just one quick thing before continue with the rest or so. As you reattach it, it automatically turns on a little bit, and an image flashes on the projection, and being like, recalculating. Connection to Feywilds is successful. And you actually notice that a new general image that has like a hunter's mark sort of symbol appears and slightly blinks.
Oh, that's curious.
Targeting parameters established.
You took the line I was going to say if he clicked on it. Would you like to click on it?
Is this? As he kind of does the motion of tapping on the symbol.
I'm not going to say it anymore. It's like
Oh, hey, look,
enabling.
you have the Marshell.
That's true. Hey, welcome in, Marshell. And I see you're connected too. So for general catch up or so, enter the Feywild. Stuff is messed up in the Feywild. And there's a guardian of the Feywild that is rampaging with chaotic magic, and your goal is you're basically trying to strike up a deal right now to see if you want to help out in exchange for getting some untapped potential.
And we are going. And the enemy is a beholder, apparently.
Was a beholder. It's some sort of fusion now.
Yeah, a fusion of their guardian and also the beholder. So
Beholder, spectator, observer, eye tyrant.
But getting back to the description, as you open up the application, is like tracking application opened, and you notice that there's like a small detailed description of rings in your ear of like, this application is used to track familiar entities, such as within areas of arcane and non-magical principles. And you do notice that there is one entry. Well, there are several entries, but there's one that piques your eye of like aberrations and like celestials and of that sort of different sort of species and different types of creatures. You notice that 3 particularly blink in a distance away. What looks to be one entity blinking rapidly, as if they're a far away distance, but the rapid blinking indicates of how strong the level is of the sort of creature. It is a mixture of a abomination, dragon, and Fae. In addition, another particular one of magic or arcana principle blinks in the same exact location, showing a high concentration of magic.
Yeah.
Well, this is curious.
Vladimir is now the predator from Alien vs Predator.
Exactly. Well, if there aren't any other questions or so, I'll make my way forward and try to recuperate myself a bit. As you can kind of tell like a little bit of this, she's kind of struggled to stand up a little bit, but she's able to keep herself pretty firm. And they are going to make their way forward into the Feywilds. They will essentially be across this little river stream and underneath this tree in the middle of the open area. I'll be awaiting your reply, and I hope that you're willing to assist us.
Paarth gives a little chirp at the Dryad, seeming that he knows her quite well.
And with that, Vladimir is studying this application. like he seems to be lost in it as he slowly turns his head in the direction of where the blinks are.
It is very curious.
What is it that you see?
Yeah, Paarth absolutely none the wiser, just looks up at Vladimir all confused.
Vulcan, you know much about things like these beholders and whatnot, right?
I do know some. What do you wish to know?
Okay, so I have this thing has a couple of markers on what seems to be targets here. One of them is categorized as aberration, dragon, and fae. Is a beholder considered aberration?
Yes, High Lord, it is indeed. It is a creature that hails from a realm far, far away from our reality.
The undead man is right. And it is a creature from the abyss.
So that
And-
means I already know where it is.
That is curious.
Mhm.
Would not have expected that. And the eyeglass would have allowed such a thing.
I don't think it's necessarily that itself. There's something else at work here with this that works with it. It's kind of hard to tell. But there is a second mark.
Tell us what you see, High Lord von Hausen.
The second mark indicates Arcana origin. By the looks of things, they are both very similar power.
Arcana origin? Was it by any chance allowing further interactions? Selecting whatever icon you are seeing.
Well, let me see what I can do here. And he's gonna look around for other options, like, is there an option to select one of the markers to, like, pull up a profile or pull up a listing about it?
You go to click on the specific location of where it is at. And there's not like really a detailed map that shows for it. It looks just to be blank area besides the area that you're at. So it looks like that from your general insight or so, that this is area that is recognized as Feywild but is not charted. So as you move more into it, the map will be more filled out. But you do notice that off towards, I would say, the north of where your location is at, about a pretty fair distance away, actually, you try to go and click on click on the exact location of it, and it pulls up a loading file location. It says entity unknown, must be within closer distance in order to do full analysis.
So it looks like, at that point, he turns to face north, and he does the motions, and
upon seeing that last error message, he goes,
Okay, I see what's going on here. We are in uncharted territory right now with this, with these eyeglass. We would have to venture up that way for this to get into range of those markers before proper analysis can be done. So, through what my thought process is, the first one that has aberration in it is probably our target. The second one remains mystery.
Alright. Well,
Very well.
we will
If it
have to
must.
keep.
Right.
We will have to keep an eye on it, and for now, we should discuss what sort of things, whether we wish to take on this task. I will admit that I am already biased towards accepting it, owing to my family's connection with the summer courts. Such an ask would be not something I cannot deny, but denial would require some explanations and excuses made that would potentially put some degree of strain on our family, as the agreements of old there are strong, and while do not require assistance upon calls for aid, do heavily imply it.
Mm-hmm.
If this is something that must be done, then we shall aspire to give you the aid you require.
I almost feel obligated to assist with this just because of a... what's the phrase? Familiar connection? Like, distant family?
All of our lineage do get afforded a certain level of acceptance within the Feywilds. They would not be. They are all protected from transformation, and upon their interactions may even be afforded their memories upon exit. And well, I am not surprised that you feel a degree of obligation because of this. It is a magical marker upon all of our kin.
As you kind of discuss the details, Marshall, the thought of like you've been kind of you've been mainly kind of pondering the particular creature of sorts that seems to have meddled and tampered with the natural fae within the area itself, having it be detailed to you as a beholder. You recall that you've actually read about beholders before, but if you want to make a history check or so by chance to recall the exact you I think you remember that you might know a little bit more about beholders if you want to do a history check at all.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Norelor, unfortunately, this is a creature that you are not familiar with because of you being sheltered. Ha ha ha. No, just
Yeah, being a cleric.
Well,
It's-
the question was, what's a beholder? What do I need to know?
Yeah, Paarth would probably need to know this too. I don't think he's ever seen one.
The
Yeah.
game is a bit laggy because of the animated fire.
Yeah, mine's a bit laggy too.
Let me get rid of some of that.
Yeah, watching the dice roll in slow motion, which is weird because my computer has more than enough oomph for it. The game's actually slowing down the physics for some reason.
Let me get rid of
That's
some of
an
those
18.
flames then. 18. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna get rid of some of these flames because there are quite a lot. They would have also faded at this point, so I have to unfortunately go one after the other, or else I just destroy the ground. And I thought it would look cool. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just a bit laggy.
Yeah, oddly enough, the game is running buttery smooth. It's just the physics that is slowing down, which is kind of weird. I guess the
I was-
animations are in the queue for all the physics actions.
That's really weird. It's probably the recent updates that occur with it, but
For mine,
Um,
I'm just gonna blame my PC for everything else.
perfect. Anyway, you got an 18, correct?
Yes, +7.
So you actually recall a bit of history at the time of you having your library. Where specifically did you say you had it in shop? Was it like around the Sword Coast or so, or like near Waterdeep?
Yeah, it was
or...
just somewhere on the Sword Coast.
Okay.
It wasn't exactly in a city. It was just there, just like a magical place.
Okay.
Mm.
So I'll say for extensive purposes, since a good place to have a library like that nearby would be at least near a bigger city. So I would say in the general sense that your library was set near or like a little distanced away from the outskirts of Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
You do actually recall that there was a lot of information that you had about beholders, specifically because of your time near Baldur's Gate and around surrounding areas. You do know that these sort of abominations that have like a massive eye do tend to be a bit more on the high end or so with when it comes down to targets of advanced adventurers, like those who have gone around for quite some time, which
Yeah.
provides you a little bit of nervousness knowing just at least some of the specific things that a beholder could do. You do recall from different adventurers tales of having to escape from some because in some accountings, even within your prior books or so, that the beholder just seemed to have control over any portion of magic, even in the accounts of removing magic. Its eyes had all different sorts of purposes, whether it was to gaze and have some fall in love with it, make it flee away, or even just upright killing somebody just from a pure gaze. Beholders are not meant to be a creature to trifle with, especially in their constant pursuits of perfection. So,
Well,
you
guys, you know how the beholder has a bunch of eyes? Some of those can just straight up kill us, so if we do this, it will be very dangerous.
Well,
Hmm.
it's great. I did not know it had multiple eyes. Thank you, but we have to consider it's been fused with another of pseudodragon, see, most since the Paarth. He knows what the kind of changes that's done to his original form.
I
Paarth
think
already not being a normal pseudo-dragon kind of looks uncomfortable at that consideration.
oh yeah, it's an awful image to think of.
Yeah.
A pseudo-dragon
Nah.
beholder? Yeah.
Horrifying.
Out of character, would I be allowed to look at the beholder's stat block? Just look at the eye ray stuff.
I would say no, but you specifically, character-wise, would know the general description of what the eye rays have been detailed as. peradventures, and even also from a very particular book that you used to have in your inventory, known as Volo's Guide to Monsters.
Yo.
Specifically, to go in exact text, a beholder had equal to the number of eyes, had different sorts of magical properties for each eye, shooting a bit of a ray of different colors and sorts. There were some that could be used for charming purposes, paralysis, fear, some sort of inebriation of sorts, innervation, telekinetic properties, ones that allowed for good sleep at night, though not practiced upon myself. Those that would absolutely stun people and turn them to stone, full-on disintegration and death practices. Truly something that is made of in the god's absolute worst image.
Oh, that reminds me, actually. Since it's a creature that is very much able to manipulate death with its powers, shouldn't I be able to, know about it, maybe?
You actually do know about it, as you recall in your prior life, before being in contact with Akanon. You actually have met a beholder before, and it was essentially a part of your initiate or so within the general long death or so to face death before you, making general sense of just being tested. But you do know that a beholder is essentially a floating eyeball with tendrils of other eyes, so you have seen its death rays in action before.
Yes.
So
Yes, we will need to be extremely cautious with this foe. I have seen what their gaze can do to you.
Paarth doesn't look
It's
very
not.
comfortable about this.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
If we're going to be doing this, we're gonna need a lot more tactics involved.
We will, as part of our agreement prior to engaging this thing, we will have to bring up with the Fae that we are going to need support beyond just our ability to attack, even if it is just them providing extra magics and arrows and such that are from a great distance. We will need that extra sort of firepower, along with any and all scouting information that they have. They have any protection items that we may use during the fight. We would be willing to wield them, and upon the conclusion of the fight, further negotiation, those items may be left to us, or may be returned upon the request of the court.
Well, that's the thing, though, about range. In general, with these creatures, it matters very little. As long as they can see you, they can fire their beams at you. And if they can fire their beams at you, you are effectively at risk of dying as it is.
Yeah.
Though, if they were to attack at range there, they would be able to duck in and out of cover. Potentially, that all depends on where we encounter this creature, of course. But
The
it
best
would be
thing
better than nothing.
The best thing I reckon we can do in this case is to find some method to blind it, even if only temporarily.
Would be very good.
As soon
Yes.
as Targ mentioned the word blinding, like blinding it, Vladimir looks down at his revolvers. Well, depending on how good my aim is, I could probably take care of that.
Paarth also chirps and does a little sort of four-paw wave in the air, trying to indicate that he has the spell that you've all seen already before.
Or that like mass like blob of
Oh.
darkness thing.
Oh yeah, you did blind the other enemies with that spell, didn't you?
Paarth chirps
Mhm.
and starts bobbing his head up and down.
So, I don't want to cut this too short.
Mhm.
But what is y'all's decision in this? Will you help or will you not?
I think we all decided we thought how about the road to go. We just need to figure out how we're handling the problem.
Yep, I also did have a question I was holding back, which is, has Paarth ever visited the north area of this land before? I don't know what Paarth does and does not know with lands here.
Yeah, so generally, you actually do know that this specific area is usually where you do visit. It is nearby at least a smaller subcourt of the summer courts, which does look to have a small little like open woodland area, which usually that's where you would basically be at and everything like that, and where your guardianship would have essentially resonated from. You also do remember that the words of the Dryad consisted of there being essentially a shrine where other Dryads and those of druidic purpose would meet up and essentially give blessings and offerings. And you remember that this is actually a spot that you frequent at sometimes. And so for general map purposes or so, you would essentially go forward towards the where you would see the Dryad resting at the big oaken tree, and you would go around the bend of the pond that's in front of you, and you would essentially go right, as you would be going essentially nearby the stone and sort of like open stone structure. There is essentially a residency there.
So effectively, northwest is where I'd normally travel.
Yeah, because there is a small bridge you have to go across in order to make it into the small court itself, which also is a residency for many fae and sorts, and is also home to a small little area where you would usually rest at, and it's essentially a small little tree house that also has its own shrine there.
And based off the description that the Dryad gave there, effectively this is my gate that I would normally be guarding.
Exactly. Though for you it's less guarding because you were unknown of those sort of like potentials, and instead it would be more of like, this is where you play, but even you just simply playing around it or so as you being a guardian, as you would like spot like inconsistencies and sorts.
So Paarth playing around is effectively what his job always was. It's just whenever he's spending time around here, his very active curiosity is what made him do his job.
Frolicking, if you will.
Yep.
Yeah, mainly just being within the area and making sure that nothing gets tampered with the orb, which you've been told don't tamper with the orb, and you've been very obedient with that. It's very much like you know your way around it. So
The orb is the shiny that Paarth knows not to touch.
exactly, and that's pretty much like the one big rule is like have fun, but don't touch the orb.
Or bad, do big hurty, no touch.
Do not ponder the orb.
Yeah, do not ponder the orb. Paarth sniffed the orb, but he did not ponder the orb. The orb smells like magic.
So y'all accept the mission or so at hand. Okay, and then would you like to go ahead and like proceed forward to get more information about the about the situation, or did you have any other plans of how you wanted to proceed?
They definitely want to get some more information here.
Okay. So
Either way, I
if
think
you were
it's
going,
evident that the party's going to march forward.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only big thing is that you do notice that there isn't a great way of crossing, because you just kind of have to jump a 10-foot gap of the water. For
I
the,
did notice the lack of a bridge. I was like, is this shallow?
no, it's for you. You would know it's pretty shallow, but the flowing and bubbling of purplish fluid is not usually what it looks like. It usually looks more goldish a little bit.
Paarth seems to look very cautiously at the liquid. Makes a sort of scowling flinch looking at it that is pretty indicative of Paarth doesn't like the look of that liquid. And being the local resident here, if Paarth doesn't like the look of the water, there's something wrong with it.
Right.
Well,
Dumb question, but how did we see the Dryad cross since she would have done it right in front of us? Did she literally jump?
History check.
So when you had seen her move across or so, you would literally see like bits and pieces of nature literally form a small walking platform over it. But then it basically just go back to its natural resting position. So
So she used plant growth basically.
exactly, yeah.
Like Paarth easily can just flutter over, but he looks at in concern of trying to figure out how the others will get across comfortably.
It doesn't look, yeah. Oh, it doesn't look too deep.
Targ could probably scale it pretty easily, but how about the others? Also, it might be in our best interest to have Targ, like, just kind of examine it. Because, well, he's already dead, basically. He probably doesn't care what it is.
Right. If you want to examine it, do you want to, or?
Yeah, sure, I'll take like a little bit of a vial of it and just kind of try to see what's up with it. Maybe show it to Marshell.
Okay.
What do you think?
As you go to take out like an empty vial and collect it, you get a little bit startled as the moment that the glass vial hits the surface of this water, it begins to steam. And it looks like that the glass is like burning away.
Oh, acid.
Glass
Oh.
acid?
I mean, I'd assume acid would eat glass in the first place.
It looks more as if it's like deteriorating in property. As you pull away, it looks as if like the glass looks worn and like very old and like brittle as you pull away from it.
that looks like an aging sort of agent.
Paarth looks more and more and more uncomfortable looking at this liquid. You can even see he's like scrunching away from it as he's looking at it.
Yeah. If you would like to do an Arcana check, you may be able to determine the sort of magical property that may result within it.
Paarth can try, but he won't be able to explain it, so everybody else should roll as well.
I will also try.
I'm gonna roll my dice into the liquid to watch it burn away.
I don't really understand Arcana that well. I'm mostly a religion person.
20 for Paarth.
Okay. Anyone else that wants to do the Arcana check may be free to be able to
Yes.
do so.
12.
Okay.
For Valkin there, the liquid was very bouncy.
Mhm.
My dice is in slow motion still.
Yeah.
Oh, that is weird.
Oh wow, it's specifically Elias's dice that acts weird.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
maybe it's the computer.
Yeah,
I guess the physics
21.
might be calculated on his end, and then it shows us his calculations.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
let
Something
me
like
see
that.
if it's my Wi-Fi too. What connection?
Um,
Not the one I
well,
normally use.
Oh, I'm glad to know it's not
Yeah.
my computer dying. It is just
It is
specifically
my computer
Marshall.
dying.
Yeah, specifically
me see.
Elias's.
let me see if it's mine.
No, in
No.
fact, your die. Wow, that thing has a high frames per second. There, it's spinning like
Yep.
there's no tomorrow.
Hell yeah, bro. I got that new
I didn't
computer.
even see it.
Mm.
Maybe moving away from the flames will help.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that might
zeroing your
help.
camera really close in on yourself will help a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So for anyone that got a 15 or higher, you succeed. Mainly Marshall and also Paarth.
Spell swap.
Oh wait, actually, Norelor, go ahead and roll with advantage. Actually,
Okay. Don't know why I'm getting advantage here.
You'll tell
You can
us when
feel-
to do it.
yeah, you can feel a distinct familiarity when it comes down to the origin of magic, of this essential like pooling of liquids. Oh, not 20. Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, I
Nice.
just
Well,
Okay.
she knows exactly what this is, I guess.
Yeah.
So you can tell that this is not of any acidic properties, but ones of necrotic principle. To those of you who got 15 or higher, Norelor, this is especially familiar to you because this sort of magic feels as if it's in tune, or at least has a familiar feeling or sensation of Saloon.
Hmm.
Almost.
So you're saying it has feels like saloon magic?
Yeah, almost as if like, and you can tell this like is very odd because why would a material plane deity be messing within the Fey realm? But you can even tell that like this sort of particular manipulation, it does seem to have a connection towards someone not of this of this plane messing with it.
Okay. Why does Saloon have a connection to this stuff?
Yeah, why would
Yeah.
Saloon poison the Feywilds in the first place is my question in OOC here.
That does not make any sense.
we
Yep,
could just try to jump it.
you good.
10
Fair.
on our strength score.
Well,
you can
also
certainly
for
jump it, it's just if you fail, that's not good.
yeah, also for general clarity too, is that it's not like you can feel specifically that Saloon is in fact like tampering with it, but you can tell that there may have been someone that was in tune, maybe like another cleric or something like that, that was in tune with Saloon, that would have caused this because of your nat 20s specifically.
Hmm.
Question for the GM. Is it possible to take a 10 on an athletics check? Because you're not being rushed, but also you only get one shot at it.
I'm pretty sure that's not a thing in 5th edition anymore.
It's not.
Ah.
I would say if you're gonna cross it, go ahead and give me an athletics or acrobatics check. For those of you who cannot fly.
If you take 10 minutes, I can cast a ritual spell and then just fly over.
There.
That
Or I
well,
can literally just help you.
Hmm.
yeah, the
Um,
other
also
option you guys also have is we could also send Paarth over just to ask the Dryad, or you can go human style and cut down a tree in the Feywilds and risk whatever problems that may cause if you're cutting down a tree mid-bridge.
Yeah,
Will Ray of Frost
not do
freeze
that.
the water?
Hey.
You may want
That's
to
a
just
good
go with
question.
the easy approach of asking the
Mhm.
Dryad.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, this is the spring core we're in, right? Or is it
Yeah.
Summer
Summer.
court.
Summer.
I don't think it'd approve of ice being in the summer court.
Okay, it said, yeah, you mind asking the right if she can make it so we can cross?
Mm.
Yeah, Paarth turns around and just starts to flutter over towards the Dryad at this point, because he's like, I don't want my friends to die here.
I could cast Misty Step to get myself across.
Yes,
I can-
if you want to burn a
I can
slot.
literally just give you a boost.
Yeah, the
over
thing
it
is, I
and-
want to burn a slot.
Mhm.
Paarth just simply flutters over near the Dryad. It starts to chirp, flutters around in a little circle here, and then tries to lead her towards the pond, or the
Mhm.
the
Well, I mean,
lack
if you're-
of river.
If your strength score is higher than 10, I believe you can just make it without needing to roll raw, but it's up to.
Yeah, and I'm proficient in both acrobatics and athletics.
Well, give me 1 sec because,
Okay.
um,
I will just put it this way: there's those of you that want to maintain your honor, and there's those of you that want to take this the easy, safe way. Make your choice.
I'm down
Okay.
to do it the safe way. I'm just trying to
Alright.
think of other safe ways to do it.
all right, let
I'd
me go ahead.
rather not waste resources unnecessarily.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get the detail going. So, Paarth, as you approach the Dryad Constable, she says, "Oh, have you reached a decision at this point?"
As I said, Paarth will chirp, flutter in a circle, and clearly be trying to lead her back towards the party.
Well, she's asking if you agree to her first before assisting.
Well, Paarth will nod his head, but she knows that Paarth can't literally vocally give an answer, so the best he can do is nod.
Okay. You do see from that though, she does wave her hand in an upwards formation. Before anything happens, Targ, you made a roll.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think that's major.
all kind of in preparation.
Okay. So as you all kind of get prepared of kind of figuring out stuff to figure out how to get across this or so, you notice that the foliage around you starts to change. Here, let me go ahead and get something up for that to show for it.
Should I cast Mage Armor just prematurely?
If you want to.
I mean, that thing lasts for 8 hours, so
Yeah. And you do actually notice something though that happens that's a little bit interesting.
Mhm.
You notice that from above, different lily pads emerge in what looks to be a bridge formation that floats just on the water itself.
I guess I don't need to cast Mage Armor anymore since you have a bridge.
I mean,
Yeah.
How much do you think the mage armor would protect you from necrotic damage?
Well, the thing is, it's not about protection from going into the river. I can just fly over the river if I cast any leveled spell.
Still, mage armor might be just a good idea in general if we're facing this eye tyrant thing.
Yeah, that's true. But it's more of a magic thing, from what I've heard other adventurers tell me.
Mm-hmm. Norelor, you said you test the lily pad before you go?
yeah.
Whoa, why am I moving so fast?
I
don't
really
know.
think your local physics calculations are all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm trying to move 5 and it's moving me what looks like 10.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, if it need be, I can help move your character. But back to Norelor, as you go to like put your foot down the lily pad, you've seen so many lily pads. These things are not strong at all. But the moment you step down, it's firm. Like you can tell it hits the surface of the water, and you can like see a little bit of singeing as like the rest of you all like step onto them, but it seems like it's holding quite strong.
Alright. So tentatively cross it then.
Yeah, you're able to cross just fine.
I think it's just while we're in the
like how-
laggy area, my thing is going to be bad.
I like how Norelor's been cautious while everybody else do.
Step upon a lily pad. Ah!
Oh.
I mean, why would they kill people who are trying to help them? That's
Yep, there's that, and then Valkin is also familiar with the magics of the area, and would know that the lily pads are a representation of that sort of magic to cross.
I'm still just thinking of if we were just a little bit stupider, and the whole
we
party
tried
dies.
swimming across.
Yeah, the whole party just steps to the liquid. It's shallow. They all step in. They all die. The druids or the dryads just like. I didn't expect them to be that stupid. Why did they just send Paarth over?
Well, what's it
Right.
called? If you're a druid, you technically never age. So
Dryad,
Vargas
I meant to say
also
dryad,
already
but-
dead and ageless.
well, I think I meant like if one of us were a druid, we would be the exception to the river.
So anyway, you make your way on over to the Dryad. It's like, thank you so much for accepting of this request.
There. And the acceptance does come with a few conditions. Most of them, I think, will be quite obvious.
Of course. I offer that you will be gaining some additional strength that the orb can provide to you all, so long as you're able to bring it back in one piece.
The One Piece? The One Piece is real.
Though we will need some additional things prior to the fight. For fighting a beholder, even if it is muted by its fusion within the pseudodragon guardian, and especially if it is not, is no easy feat.
I wish I could provide more than what I've already told you, but unfortunately, most of the people that we send over there don't come back, and I've been regretting sending any more.
We do understand this, but go on, please.
There is one thing I can give to you all, and it's a protective charm, though it's not going to last long, unfortunately.
In these sort of charms or protective items would be of great aid, even if it is things that we would either return or be gifted later after the deed is completed. And they're at the court's discretion.
It would be something that you would more than likely need for the encounter itself, if you were all able to circle me.
There.
Unless
Yes.
the Dryad gestures otherwise, Paarth will just simply perch on her shoulder.
You're probably gonna have to move my mini for me.
Yep.
Mhm.
Whoa.
I think it's a mix of the lighting and the little glow effect we have on our minis that are messing my computer up.
Check in your settings there real quick and turn
They're
off
all
things
on
like.
lowest.
They're all on those, all on off.
He already
Man,
know
with
he
you-
can. This game has really, really poor graphics setting
Optimization.
options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing is,
It-
you
It's fine. It's just optimization is just not this one's strong
Yeah.
suit.
have a 3060, is that correct?
We can discuss this after or during
Yeah.
break.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
discuss it afterwards. For right now,
And one quick thing, Elias, can you remind me after the game about NVIDIA Profiler?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. It might help.
Okay. So as you circle the dryad, you do see that like she begins to hymn something within Sylvan. So those of you that do know of Sylvan, hear the following prayer. To the great Mother Gaia, protect us from monstrosities of other worlds. Give these few adventurers the strength to prosper forward, growing like the forest does, and providing its great strength and fruits to the world. As you all feel a disturbing sensation in your left arm, as something seems to be writhing and like wiggling through.
Ugh.
It's like, I do apologize for the awkwardness of this, but this is a special charm to help with any particular danger that would go directly to you. It does have to be embedded within, so I hope that this is something that is not too uncomfortable. As you notice on your left arm, like hand, the right, like the wriggling sensation travels to your hand, and on the back of your hand, a flower blooms.
I thought you were about to say a leech.
No.
And how does this charm work?
Paarth has already stopped to start sniffing his forepaw.
Are they different flowers? Or the same
Yes.
flower?
They are actually different flowers. So for you, Targ, yours is a big sunflower. That it's a sunflower that just fits like the your
say
palm.
A big sunflower. That's gonna be huge.
For you, Marshall, it looks to be a lily, but the lily has a different color than you're used to. It does have like some aspects of white towards it, but you notice crackling lightning that shines through it, almost as if it's naturally etched into the lily pad. It's not the lily, etched into like the actual flower itself. Norelor, for you, yours is a rose. A rose that actually has a spiraling of white and black. As it goes more towards the center, when you align it a little bit in a right formation, it basically is reminiscent of a crescent moon that looks to be similar to the symbol of Saloon. For Valkin, yours out of your fur emerges to be what's the name of the flower again?
Describe what it looks like.
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
I was gonna say I could probably help narrow the search down.
I'm looking right now. Give me a moment.
What are we missing? Lilies, petunias, orchids? What?
I was
So-
thinking that an orchid would be
Tulip?
good on Targ, because, work.
A rose,
Either card.
poppy,
Still, I feel like the
chrysanthemum.
sunflower is a kind of a reference somehow.
I was expecting it to be something like a death rose or something, whatever they're called. The black roses.
I mean,
The
it
black
would,
braid.
it's still kind of funny. Sunflower feels like a Plant vs. Zombies reference.
Yeah. Okay, so for context, I'm sending a photo of what yours, Valkin, looks like into our private chat. But it is essentially a Glorosia lily. So Gloriosa. So it kind of looks as if it blooms like a fire or so, with having red and then going into yellow sort of petals, and sprouting out are some other different sort of like connections towards the lily itself, like stems. And for Vulcan, not Vulcan, for Vladimir. Yes. I'm trying to pull up the image right now. Because for some reason, my computer's like, hey, do you want to look at something? Too bad. Give me one moment.
Oh, you wanted to do something unfortunate indeed.
The computer is like, hey, want to look at this poggers moment from a while ago?
Hey, do you want to get some V-Bucks? Too bad.
Hey guys, it's me, Timmy, and today we're going...
Alright, I want to load, what the fuck? Okay. I'm just looking up a picture of a goddamn flower. Like... What the fuck is this? Okay, there we go. So, Vladimir, what blooms from your hand is a blue poppy sort of flower. It has 4 big petals that seems to ripple a little bit, and that have a bit more of a darker sort of color towards it. And I'm going to send that in the chat right now. And it does have a bit more of a darker purple in the center. This sort of enchantment will protect you all at least once before you are able to be vulnerable towards a beholder's attack. AKA, what this ritual has done, which you see has greatly now weakened the Dryad into a fatigued state. You gain 1 single use while in your time in the Feywilds of a legendary save.
Ooh.
So usually, any sort of legendary creature, such as dragons and sorts, they gain the effect of a couple times per day. Whenever they fail on a saving throw, they can automatically succeed instead. You all get the benefit once before the flower wilts away and pops right off from your skin.
So once we get like 1 use where we can succeed a failure?
That's correct.
Did I miss mine? I was listening carefully, but I didn't hear mine.
Oh, my bad. I forgot about yours. You, Paarth,
Sorry, was this a succeed a failed saving throw, or succeed any failure?
So anytime that you make a saving throw and you fail, you can choose to succeed it once. And for your specific one, Paarth, from your little paw or so, your flower is a dragon's breath celosia flower, which I'll go ahead and post in chat. So it basically kind of like opens up a little bit and then crackles a little bit outwards with prismatic coloring of sorts. Oop, I accidentally sent the flower in the wrong chat. So the one I just sent there, that is parts, and then this blue one here.
Oh, so Paarth is this red floofy one?
Yes, and then the blue one there is Vlad's.
Neat. I didn't know flowers could get that color. For the dragon's breath, how the heck do you spell celosia?
So it's
Celosia.
Don, in the other chat you listed my character twice. The lady with lightning is Marshell.
Whoops.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, that is what all of your flowers look like. as they kind of like move or so within the gentle like wind, like sometimes kicks up, it doesn't look like it irritates you at all, but it does feel weird. It's kind of like having an IV in your arm or in your hand, but you've kind of gotten used to it.
Well,
No, I see 3 in the group chat.
It's because the other two have very decent descriptions, so.
Yeah. Well, thank you for this. You said that there were others that you had sent into the area that had not reported back. Is there any way of knowing if they are still alive?
You see that she somewhat like is catching her breath or so from it, as you see that more of the foliage around her or like and on her wilts after this is like, if you can save any of them, it would be greatly appreciated. I need to lie down for a while.
Please. Then go right ahead.
Thank you. She just basically like rests up against the tree or so, as the other pixies and the the other guardian or so that's by her just kind of like tend to her.
Yes.
You do as the guardian, pretty much like the half man, half goat or so. Since the name is escaping me.
Satyr?
Satyr.
Satyr?
Yeah. Satyr, there we go. The satyr looks up and is just like, I've already informed the people ahead, 2 centaurs that are guarding the general area. Go up more north, across a bridge, and make yourself into the northern woods. From there should be a small mantle post or so of what looks to be a worshipping location.
There, we will venture there. One moment, though. I pull out my Tome of Ancient Secrets there, and flip through a few of the pages as a bit of inspiration kind of hits me. What is it there? Looking over to Paarth, I motion for him to hop on my shoulder.
Paarth makes a little chirrup noise and flutters over.
Okay. Paarth. I gesture to a line on the page there that mentions some of the various spells that those of a warlock nature might acquire. One of them requiring a particular flower. Okay. Will any of these seem familiar to you?
Paarth looks at the
Is
paper.
this-
It is covered in squiggles. Squiggles are
In
funny
there.
looking.
Is it a spell that uses up a flower or just requires a flower for casting?
And there, I notice there, Paarth's confusion, and I twist my hand over the page there to make it be more pictographic.
Paarth looks at the symbols curiously. I'm not sure if you're trying to gather of asking Paarth about the spell, but at the moment Paarth has yet to still talk to the Fae about his spells.
Mhm.
I'm guessing you're trying to show Paarth different kinds of warlock spells that you know?
Yeah, there. That I know that warlocks are at least capable of learning, as the tome has provides much knowledge, though not all can be mastered.
I don't think.
Colors. I was like,
Sorry, Elias.
sorry, you go first. I'm just speaking to myself.
I don't think it'll be able to help Paarth very much because Paarth needs to sing, but
Yes.
he just needs to be able to talk to the Fae about it. In fact,
Mhm.
I suppose Paarth could try right now just to ask the Dryad, but normally I assume actually Ace, who normally teaches Paarth the songs?
It would be the constable.
It would be the constable.
Mhm.
In that case, want me to just quickly make that little detour?
Yeah, go ahead and make the altercation for your thing, and
So in
I
that
assume
case,
you're grabbing.
well, what will happen is Paarth will do a request to do a little music lesson again. So Paarth will flutter over and make a little perch right here, and he can see that the Dryad's tired, but he tries nonetheless to do his little song. So what will happen is he's it's very much a Fae sort of ritual where they do a fairy circle and start to sing different songs to each other, and then the Dryad would typically ask him to, like, what song does he want to learn, and then he would just try his best to describe it, and then she would teach him the song. So
Yep.
Paarth begins by doing the normal introduction song for the fairy circle.
You do see, like, through the fleeting strength that the Dryad has as they're just, like, laying up against the tree. She, like, gives a little bit of a giggle as, like, what sort of song would you request, young prince?
Paarth seems to sit there for a few moments, looking long at the pixies that are fluttering next to her, and after a few moments of thought, he gestures towards the two pixies.
Yes. So, sorry, I am, like, trying to tackle, like, 5 things right now.
No worries,
okay.
Ace. Slow down tell us to slow down if you need us to.
I tried to, like, a few times.
I'm
but
sorry.
okay, so she notices that you are looking at the phase, like, would you like to be able to bring a friend with you at times?
Paarth nods his head approvingly.
Of course. Let me go ahead and I'll show you a good song to use, and you see that the song that she hums out to you a little bit is more of something that you could actually hear within a tavern, something that's, like, lively and jolly and stuff like that, as if you're wanting to invite your friends to come and join you. And as she finishes it or so, you see that a spirit of another pixie emerges quickly from her. It's like, there, you can summon a friend with you, but for you, young prince, you will need something a bit more powerful than just your words. The tune is quite catchy, actually. It's a toe tapper, or for in cases of the anthropomorphic furries in our party, it's a bean tapper. So,
Yep. I'll take the opportunity to say this: Valkin and Vlad, it's Sylvan music. Old Sylvan music, very old, but definitely Sylvan.
What is y'all's passive history, specifically Valkin and also Vladimir?
Sorry, what? How do I calculate passive history?
No, it's just those two.
Yeah.
That'd be 12. That'd be 12 for me.
And 14 for me.
You actually recall that this is popular music in taverns within your homeland. So So the tune itself is called Fayish Wonders. At least if that's how like you have described it as. And so it is like a cheery music or so that's used in celebration of certain things. So anytime that a tavern plays it, they make an announcement of good news before they begin to play it as to show gratitude.
Yep. And one of the big differences is when the constable sings it, she's actually singing it in Sylvan, and Paarth repeats, chirping out the same tune in a very similar manner. Even though he can't make the words, he still accomplishes singing the same song.
Yes. As she does like finish her piece of like, she does provide you the lyrics or so within Sylvan. Specifically the 4 phrases as this. Troubled times have gone to pass. Collecting of friends is near and true. As we gather together, we come to ask, when will the good times yet to end? So those are the lyrics that she sings from it that's noticeable. And she says, you will also need a bit more of an additional component to use for it. That in which I unfortunately do not have with me. And do I lack the strength to provide for you. But you may be able to find it, hopefully, on your way.
Paarth nods and gives the tired dryad a nuzzle before giving a slightly, although very beautiful, it's definitely has a very small sense of forlornment, as he does his little goodbye song to her as well, before parting back to flutter over onto Vladimir's shoulder. It seems quite evident that Paarth regularly sings with this dryad.
What you'll be looking for on your travel, and this would be for everyone, if you're looking for additional assistance from Paarth, is a gilded lotus. One that is more bejeweled than others.
I see. You said that you would grant him this boon there, as he's one of your guardians. Should we find someone else in possession of this, what might we tell them?
Well, if they're... Usually it's naturally grown within the woodland area that would be within your general direction. So we usually try to keep that in order. But if you're needing one, as it naturally grows and you successfully find one, you are more than pleased to take it, as it will assist you.
There. And should anyone question, we will let them know that that you have given permission for its taking.
That is correct.
Well, thank you for your protections. Raising my paw to show the flower more promptly. And do please rest well. May you recover your strength in short order.
Please, just eliminate this chaotic threat.
Also, when Paarth perches once again on Vladimir's shoulder, Vladimir, over and over again, in the corner of your eye, you just keep seeing this orange and yellow fairy dragon on your shoulder until you get a good enough look at Paarth that you can then see through the Fey mark back to see the familiar pseudodragon again. But over and over again, every time only the corner of your eye catches Paarth, all you see is a fairy dragon sitting on your shoulder.
Oof.
It seems that only when you look at him directly can you see through the illusion of the fairy mark.
At that point, Vlad just kind of every so often glances at Paarth going, it's something I'm gonna have to get used to.
All right. Was there anything else before you make your way into the depths of the Feywilds?
The only other thing is that Vladimir is gonna do the what he did for that first bow, clench his left hand clench his right fist his right paw into a fist over his heart, and he just bows his head down a little bit and speaks in Sylvan, going, "Consider it done, High Constable."
Thank you. Marshall, did you have something?
I'd like to ask, does the Dryad only speak Sylvan?
No, she's been kind of mixing between that and common.
Okay, I'd like to ask her if she knows where I could get some herbs for Find Familiar, because I'm out of the little packs we got earlier in the campaign.
Oh, poor Blathers.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to resummon my own familiar there.
And I'm sure they'd appreciate having an owl in the Feywild.
She actually gestures towards the satyr on this one, and he basically has a small pouch or so on him, and he hands it off of just we were going to be using these for some sort of ritual earlier for the constable's needs, but this contains a good amount of incense and also herbs as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just don't waste
thanks.
it.
No. We will be using this to bring additional aid to our side.
Would I be able to do Find Familiar while we're walking?
Unfortunately not. You guys would need, if you're going to be doing any ritual casting, it has to be stationary at a position.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I missed something. Was there supposed to be a unique property to each of our flowers?
The only property that is to each different flower is that there's only once during your time in the Feywild, if you were to fail a saving throw, you can choose to succeed instead.
No, that was the only thing. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that was unique about it is the fact that each of you has your own different one, which is based upon your personalities.
How strange.
Yeah. Alright. And we had best set up for our resummoning our familiars there, Marshall, before we head off. Perhaps even such as something might prove advantageous to the constable. And
I'm sorry, what was your question?
perhaps the some aspect of it may prove useful to the constable. Looking at the satyr as a possibility.
He just kind of shrugs, and he's just like, whatever help you need, just get it done.
So we stay here and then travel off once Familiar's been summoned? Okay.
It's going to take you an hour to do so.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I suppose let's just do a mini retcon if you agree, Ace, that those guys could have been starting their ritual while the music circle was happening. Because they didn't get an opportunity to talk until after I did all that talking.
Well, they wouldn't have had the materials, though, for that, so...
Okay.
Because it was going to be used for something different. But I will say that for a very brief opportunity, you guys get a short rest, which you guys don't need. And then you'll just be allotted the time to do your to do your summoning, and then you can make your way out. So
What I could do is, what's it called? I cast Mage Armor, do the ritual, and because it's would the ritual take up all my action for the short rest?
yeah, because you would be spending the entire time focusing on that.
So I couldn't do Arcane Recovery during that, could I?
No.
Well, you can also just cast it as a ritual, so you don't have to use a.
You haven't used
No,
a
I
spell
can't-
slot at all yet, have you?
I can't. No, I mean for Mage Armor. I mean.
Oh, I mean,
Mage
if you
Armor
want to
does
use
not
it for
have the
that.
ritual spell.
It'd
So I was
only be if-
thinking, during the thing, I use Arcane Recovery, and then I get all my spells back while having
Oh,
two
so you
spells.
mean
essentially
ritual
cast.
spell them both, so an hour and 10 minutes then.
Yeah,
No, I
but
meant-
you don't.
I mean,
Okay.
okay. So what my thinking was, I do the ritual for Find Familiar, and then I cast Mage Armor. Well, cast Mage Armor before that, and then because it's a short rest, I can use Arcane Recovery to get a spell slot back and just be back to normal.
So the question is, since you guys already did get a long rest, you'd only be missing one first level spell. So is that like, because your recovery could get you like a couple of like a second level and a first level and a combination of others. So are you sure you want to do that?
No,
For one spell slot?
I'll just do Find Familiar as a ritual and then head out.
Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Because that would seem like an awful waste of your recovery.
Yeah.
In any case, I guess if a hour-long ritual is going to be cast, Paarth will take the opportunity to show Norelor and Vlad around. I'm assuming Valkin, you're also taking part in the ritual?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm bringing back my familiar. Bringing back Hoots.
Target probably
Hoots,
would be
okay.
interested, but Norelor and Vlad will be shown around the like local area. And Paarth will take the opportunity to do a... Is it investigation to find materials, Ace?
It would be survival.
Survival. I'll do a survival
als-
check to see if I can find any useful items while I'm giving the little mini pseudodragon tour.
Okay. Also, one thing, as both the two people that are using a ritual cast for Find Familiar, I need you to give me a D20 check. So no modifiers, just neutral roll.
Not a great survival check, unfortunately, but I'll take it.
I tried doing a survival as well. That did not turn out well because it bounced off the Dryad's head.
All of us do it?
No,
So-
no,
Oh, sorry.
not for survival.
Marshell and Valkin, just roll a raw D20.
Oh,
Get rid of
hello.
that. There we go.
Oof.
I rolled a 20.
It's because of what they summoned off Fae, right? For the ritual.
Well, I need to know the result first. So Marshall, I still need your roll.
Yay, low.
Larso,
Frame rate.
how did you get it to say rolled survival?
I have the character sheet thing.
Yeah, there's a specific character sheet that attaches with Tailspire, so you can have it a character sheet linked for it, and then click on the results and stuff like that.
Even
Oh,
if I did have to roll survival, it'd still be a raw 20. So
Well,
Mhm.
you don't. I just said that neutral roll.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna first go ahead and explain what happens with the ritual casting, and then I'll go on to the survival stuff. So,
Yep.
As you, the two of you, Valkin and also Marshall, prepare your ritual casting, you do notice that the influence of the Feywilds, it seems to affect how your magic connects with it, since even though for you, Valkin, you do have essentially a bloodline tie to it, you're still not used to being in the Feywilds. So you have to concentrate just a bit more on it. luckily, the two of you are able to successfully summon your familiars, which, Marshall, did you want an owl again, or?
Yes.
So you successfully do get an owl to the spirit that does go right next to you. But unfortunately for you, Valkin, I need you to roll percentile for me.
Okay. Let's see. That'd be, I think, this one.
Yeah, D100. So both D10s.
There.
Dang, 90.
There. I did get a 90, and they're off of a D100.
Did you also
you
roll
just
the
need
D10?
another D10.
Okay.
To determine the actual.
And that is a 96.
Thanks.
Okay. So let me go ahead and pull up my own customized Feywild magic
If you
altercation.
flip it upside down, it's 96 again.
If you flip it around, it's 69. Whoa!
No!
Nice!
Okay. So this is actually pretty good. So the spell does work for you, though the shape and formation of what you were casting does alter in a unique way, causing confusion to its caster. So you do feel as if you are connected and tied to a spirit of an owl. However, for some reason, when you look up, you see a goose spirit.
Okay. Well, this is going to be vicious.
Oh no.
Now, is it a Canadian geese?
It is, in fact, a Canadian geese.
Yay, Canadian Goose.
Yo, let's go!
Okay, well,
Goose game time.
So it deals a 1d8 damage.
there, and has a reaction there of bite anytime someone tries to attack it.
Yeah. The odd part is that it is the same size as an owl. So it is technically like on the smaller side, but it's just but you look and you're like
this game right now.
Oh, look at that!
What?
Oh, look at that, Valkin! You summoned the runt of the litter.
Oh, there's a there's a Canadian Goose Squishmallow, and I'm just imagining it's that was summoned, like the exact shape.
I mean, it may be a smaller cobra chicken, but it's still a freaking vicious thing.
I may be
Exactly.
small, but I am mighty.
So Valkin, no doubt the pixies are definitely just giggling to themselves right now.
They very much are. You do know that at least as you are within the realm of the Feywilds, that there is going to be some upsetting of your magic as you continue forward. And this doesn't just count for you, but you can at least infer that even with like noticing like the way that Marshall is struggling through the ritual, that there is going to be like issues. And Marshall, you said that you're also casting mage armor, correct?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore? Okay.
Or at least not yet.
Okay. Well, now that is the case, let's go ahead and check the other results. Ooh, nat 20 by Larzong. Okay. So, for the rest of you, Dav, go ahead and, I meant to let you know, but go ahead and roll advantage with that survival check because you are more familiar with the area.
Okie dokie. And survival. I keep forgetting my survival value. 4. It was I think a 12, but then it bounced, but alright, 14 then.
Well, that does turn it from a fail to a success, so there you go.
Yay.
So,
Right.
as the rest of you are foraging different things, it's really difficult to tell what is edible and what is not edible, as you see like a whole variety of different sorts of like really interesting looking like fruits and berries and stuff like that, with also scary properties. Like at one moment, Norelor, you think that you see a bundle of bananas, but as you approach forward, you see that they kind of peel themselves and start chirping in sorts, like little baby birds, before they like re-peel themselves back up, and you're just like, yeah, no. Luckily for Paarth and also Targ, you are actually able to identify a very peculiar bundle in different areas of berries, known as good berries. For you, Targ, you're very well known with them because with some of the people that you have been around, you know that that is actually a spell that some druids might know, and they have healing properties. So you find 12 in total, good berries. And for you, Paarth, you find, let's see. You find a bundle of also other good berries. You find 10 of them.
Ooh, wow, 16 good berries. That is massive.
Ooh,
Delightful.
that is
Well,
good.
22 in total.
How many?
So you found 10, and then Targ found 12 of them. So you in total as a party have 22 good berries.
Mm.
You guys figure out how to divvy those up then. Also, to quote Rizzo there, Nenewza, my father always said, never eat singing fruit.
Yeah, there are a lot of fruit that make noise.
Yeah, and throughout the entire time of like the little tour and whatnot and foraging, Vladimir seems to be kind of not like lost in a trance, but his demeanor seems to be a bit more lightened as he's humming the song, as if it brings good, relaxing memories to him.
Paarth happily chirps along to the song as well.
Targ kind of just looks wary, just kind of stands around, especially Vladimir too, kind of. He seems very protective for whatever reason.
We're just basically doing the fairy version of going do 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 do.
It's like Vladimir knows at least, he doesn't have, as far as he's aware, any magic casting capabilities, so we can hum the song all he wants and it's not going to do anything.
Right. But yep, as the hour passes or so and you go back and you divvy up the good berries and notice the cool looking familiar that was summoned, you figure that you're ready and good to go to venture forward into the Feywilds.
Yeah, when we approach, Paarth flutters over towards the goose, looks at it confused, does a little bit of a turnaround, looking in all directions for the owl, sniffs at it briefly, then looks at Valkin like as if Valkin has two heads.
There. Well, it seems that I need to take a little bit more precautions with summonings and spells here, and at least until I get a little bit more used to how the magic flows on the side of the door.
Oh, my bad. There you go. There,
Paarth
now you have these.
remembers being told earlier by the Dryad about being wary about strangers trying to cast spells on this side of the door, and now he suddenly understands why.
Yep. For the duration of your time here, any spell that is casted, it can and usually mostly will be under the effects of wild magic, as your ways of casting magic are not in tune with the plane itself. So you For this particular case, it's a bit of a different situation, but when you're in the middle of combat, it is going to act as if it's normal sorcerer wild magic, where once per turn, I'll ask you to do a roll, and if it's a nat 1, then wild magic happens.
Does this affect Paarth? A pertinent question here is considering Paarth's situation. If you'd like, you could also do something where it affects Paarth's warlock spells, but not as druid, or sorry, not druid, bard, or vice versa, or whatever.
So you in particular, since you are a resident of the Feywilds, you do not need to do that. It's just everybody else that's a spellcaster.
Not asking for special treatment, but the background made me have to ask.
No, yeah, and same thing with the background there, my family, and it's ties in with the Fae.
Yeah, the only reason why I say specifically you have to do it, Valkin, is because most of your magic is actually connected towards your curse, is it not? Or is it?
More towards the patron. There.
The patron. Yeah, the patron itself is still not of Fayish entity, though, in the most part. So, in that sense, you would still be affected by it, despite your small connections to the bloodline. Yeah. You'd have to be, like, fully Fey in order to be not affected.
I'm not sure any of my abilities would be affected, honestly.
You do a flurry of blows? I need you to use wild magic on that.
Yeah.
I'm more referring to Hour of Reaping.
No. This only applies to spellcasters.
I use flurry of blows. Your fists turn into avocados.
You cast fireball on yourself. Okay.
That would be ridiculous.
Yeah. I do just want to let you guys know I do have an hour left before I have to get going. So let's do a little speeding up a little bit.
Yeah, speed run.
Onward.
Okay, so you make your way, and as you recoup yourself, you'll be going essentially in this direction.
This in the middle of something.
Oh, yep. Oh wait, my bad. Actually, it's this way. I led you astray.
Yeah.
Follow the cute orange and yellow thing.
Yeah. You'll be like, oh, hey, look at me. Ooh, wee. You'll essentially be going around the bend of the of this little pond or so and making it up this way. And once you make it to about like right here, you can stop for a moment, just making sure that everyone's fully caught up. Which I have to move Marshall and also the owl. And skadoosh.
Just because I know it's gonna be a thing, knowing the luck with our party, this goose will never die. So you're gonna
and then my owl will die immediately.
Yeah, your owl will die immediately, and then when you summon it back, it'll come back as something like a turkey.
Yeah.
Right.
So, as you make it around the bend of the this small little pond or so that you see nearby, on the left for the dense thicket, you do actually notice that as you get up to higher ground, you can easily look behind you and notice that the land immediately becomes more barren, depicting of the tragedy that's kicking from it. You even see that like the sparkling looking grass that you are walking through, as you can see past the area, it just looks like plain dirt, as if like a drought has sort of kicked past the foliage and the dense thicket that revolves around it. Seeing that the extent of this chaos is approaching in a rather fast formation. So but you do continue making your way forward as the sort of divide brings you towards a essentially a small open area, which has basically like stone and water rivers of this sort of polluted water pouring on the ends of it. And as you make your way more, like even further in, you do approach to about this location and see what looks to be a grandstanding sort of looks to be like royal particular palace, with some amazing looking like similar of marble structuring or so. And as you make it to this distance, you do see that there are 2 centaurs near the open of the bridge or so. One is a female that is using a bit of a bow that looks to be of a sort of goldish material, and one that is a male having a sword and an axe and a shield. Halt! Who goes before here?
Something you'll also notice on the trip is as you are traveling, Paarth is looking around himself an awful lot, with a very clear look of disappointment as he's finding that his playground is looking worse and worse and worse. And as they reapproach the centaurs, Paarth swoops over and lands at a reasonable distance so that they can see him. And Paarth turns around a little bit so that they can see his cape, and he chirps at them.
Oh, it's the good prince, there, Paarth. Yes, you are all more than free to go forward. I've heard of the news of the constable. Your designation lies more towards the north and the east as you go around. There's a staircase that goes around the tree if you want to make yourselves more towards the north of the forest.
Paarth gives a little happy chirp at the centaur, and unfortunately knows it's not a good time to play, so he just leaves the centaurs alone.
Yep. And as you make your way past, they do give a mention of just like, may you be safe in your travels, and hope you can be ridding of us of this plague.
Yep. Thank you for your well wishes. We hope does the same.
And
Yeah.
Vlad just gives a respectful nod to both of the centaurs as he passes.
May it be so.
Specifically, as you cross their path, they all kind of like look at you just like, normally or so, with like a little bit of thanks, but there is a bit of worry on their mind or on their faces, specifically when you Targ past them. Just being a little bit worried, but they're still kind of like accepting of you going in.
So they mentioned about the staircase up the tree?
So there's essentially there is a staircase that goes downwards that's right by this tree, so like right over here.
Okay. I can't actually see the downward going part, but I can definitely see the upward going part.
Yeah, so like it's like if you go like right over here, there's a small little staircase that goes this way. It's not noticeable unless you work around the bend.
Gotcha. So they want us to go there, not into the castle?
No, they want you to avoid the castle as not to cause a disturbance. With especially like people not really of that area, outsiders being in that area.
Yes.
But you do make your way past it, and it does look really beautiful. Like it looks finely intricate, made of like a sort of marble-like material. And even as you, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of people, despite it being a very big place.
And there's some elves around here.
Yeah. You do notice that there are a couple of Eladrins, or Eladrins that are talking or so, and they kind of like look at you, but they just kind of keep going on with their conversation as you make your way over to this set of stairs.
Ah, yes, the Feywild High Elves.
Paarth just makes his usual friendly little chirp as he flutters by them.
Okay. And so this is pretty much where as you make it down the stairs, there's not too much of additional details that you may have that of the exact location.
Wow, I'm really fighting with my camera a little bit here. There we go.
Yeah, but you do make it down the stairs, and with the odd coloring of nature along with these massive trees that stand before you, it's kind of hard to tell exactly where to go besides north in this area. Except one thing, Vladimir, you notice that upon your tracker application that you have yet to close, you notice that multiple targets ping within the area as you make it down the stairs. One's of Fayish type, 5 in particular, that seem to actually appear within a close vicinity for you. Actually within this vicinity.
At that point, Vladimir just he holds up a fist for like the halt motion, and he goes, "Hold on." We've got things that are close. 5, Fey origin. I don't know why this is picking them out, but they are within close proximity.
Targ looks to go immediately into some kind of defensive mode almost.
Quick question there. Because we were all kind of assuming that we're going to be looking out for the flower, was there any rolls that needed to be made?
If all of you are taking the opportunity to investigate the local area, or you do it as you travel, I would have you guys do an active investigation check. If you guys were not actively doing it, I would just ask for your passive investigation.
Paarth would be using active since he's already been familiar with the area in the first place.
As would I, knowing that this spell is critical, or this component is critical.
I would rather use my perception than investigation.
Okay, so that one would be something a bit more of like a passive, like perception or so. But the question is if you wanted to investigate the pings that Vlad has alerted you of, or if you wanted to try and proceed in the other direction of where things we're looking at.
I still have my advantage. Here's both my rolls.
Well, right now I'm just asking what do you want to go through first? Do you want to go straight towards the location of where you were told of the Guardian, or do you want to investigate the other, like pinging that recently popped up?
Oh, that. You guys call on that. I was just referring to the keeping an eye out for the Lotus.
Right. Well, we don't have to be close enough that the whatever it is can give us more info on what it's on those 5 things, is it?
Let me see here. Let me give it a try here.
As he goes to select one of the pings.
As you go to ping it, and it's just like you hear a familiar voice of Vicky, the actual person Vicky, just being like, "Give me a sec, I'll scan the target."
Oh. Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
You actually also notice that the looming dark or so of the trees does actually adjust to your eyes along with the lenses, as you can make out the figures of these things the more that this is being analyzed. So you notice that it looks to be a group of 5 smallish fey-like creatures. They look kind of like goblins, honestly. And you see that they're kind of just like looking at something in a tree. and which actually also the analysis does ping onto a particular item on there. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. You can either choose that or perception, actually.
Oh, perception is lower, I think. Yeah, perception is lower.
Okay.
So for investigation, yeet. Oof.
Still succeeds. 9 actually was the target, so meets it beats
Oh
it.
shit.
It's not too hard. It's not too hard. Especially with the help of Vicky. So as you hone in on that focus, the image becomes a bit more clear, as it looks like the as Vicky emerges saying, like, you've got 2 really interesting targets ahead of you. A collection of 5 different red caps, and also it looks to be a very intricately designed lotus. A gilded lotus, actually, to be precise.
Ooh. That's actually one of the things we are looking for. Not the red cap, the lotus.
Yeah, sure. As the tracking turns off.
Okay, so here's the situation, folks. Up ahead of us, we've got 5 red caps, and there's actually a gilded lotus in that area as well.
Well, we certainly need that for Paarth's ability, or Paarth's spell. I think it would be worth our while to engage them if there is something like that on the other side.
Well, what is it? What are exactly the red caps? I tried to listen in before, but I didn't quite understand it all.
From what I understood, that the commissioner said, I believe she mentioned these Fae being very mean-spirited and violent. They will attack us recklessly.
So does this mean that we have authorization to dispatch of them, or not to dispatch of them?
Well, from what I understand, the bot made it. She said they're born from pure bloodlust, so I don't think the Aaron's too happy to have them around.
No, I think we are more than welcome to dispatch of them as we see fit.
They sounded extremely dangerous.
Can I make a roll to see if I have an idea of how tough red caps typically are?
You're not quite familiar exactly with like a general case of like red caps, but from the description that you were provided prior, they can be quite dangerous because they throw all caution to the wind, and they go for the most direct approach possible in any case. So
yeah. All right. Yeah, I was hoping to kind of get to, are they, not very skilled or tough. They're kind of easy to dispatch. They're just brutally reckless.
They've been described as being brutally reckless.
Yeah, imagine like a goblin-sized frenzied berserker.
Yes. Well.
So we have choice to make here. We can either dispatch of them and get the Gilded Lotus there, or we could continue our venture and hopefully find another one elsewhere.
There. And that is very good observation. I don't know how common these things are. Perhaps Paarth knows if they're a common sight or not.
What is Paarth's knowledge of these things? Because I have a feeling that most of this defiling of the Feywilds didn't start to really kick in until around my last visit, right?
Yeah, so for your particular knowledge, redcaps are actually not besides this time, you've never seen a redcap near this location because of how chaotic they usually get. The dryads and the other druids or so, like the Eladrian druids, they try to make sure to keep as much balance as the nature is as possible. So to see that they've kind of swarmed the area a little bit, even if it's only a few, means that there's a lot been going wrong, and so it's best to play it carefully.
Oh, my question was in regards to how common the gilded lotuses are.
Oh, gilded lotuses are like extremely rare, like because the thing with the gilded lotus is that it is like it's not just like some fashioned thing or so that someone could craft or make. It is literally a golden lotus that is bloomed, and so the more pure the material for the spellcasting, the more efficient. So it is a rare sight to see.
Okay.
So Paarth is basically looking in the general direction that Vlad indicated, and is kind of glaring at the mention of these red caps. Basically, get off my turf.
Exactly.
Either way, I would suggest each of you to keep your distance as best you are able. Let me handle them up close.
I wonder if we might be able to distract them and send them off towards a different target. I look towards my goose there. Let's see. It's a little bit hard to see what's going on here in game because it is very
Dark.
Yeah, it's very dark.
Let me go ahead and illuminate the red caps.
But yeah, I was gonna say Vladimir also looks. Vladimir was also about to look at the goose and then back to Valkin, going, "Well, I'm sure your goose could provide good distraction."
I have my goose there fly off in this direction. And then get the view here.
I'm assuming that
Where's
you
Goose?
detect these
There's
things
Goose.
to our east.
So same direction that the staircase goes down.
Yeah, I just eliminated it, so...
Alright. And...
Paarth will also start to head in that direction too, because he's obviously an aerial spotter.
Okay,
And
are
you
y'all
guys
going in stealthily, or just before, or you're just kind of going in like normally?
I see overshot. I'm trying desperately to grab myself, but I just can't see my character let me grab him. There we go.
Yeah.
Paarth is going in reasonably subtly, but only as subtly as a red and yellow, or sorry, a orange and yellow fairy dragon can be.
My goose, on the other hand, just kind of flies by, good distance from them there, and it's not meant to be necessarily stealthy. His actions.
Well, let's see how stealthy my 6'6", around 260-pound orc monk can be.
Okay. And then just for me to get the general idea. Okay, so just for me to get the general idea, Vulcan, you are trying to Well, hold on. Okay, you guys are moving your characters around. I need to figure out what you guys are gonna do first before you do anything.
Mhm.
So
I rolled
Are you-
18 on stealth.
Yes,
I
let's
see
give
that.
him a minute.
So are you trying to use like your goose to like honk or so to like
Yes,
distract
to-
them?
Yep, to lure them away. Yes.
Okay. So if that was the case, I was gonna say anyone that's rolling stealth has advantage because you're distracting with that. So,
Yep. So
So
I will
if you-
also roll stealth on my side.
If he has his honker honking, yes, I'll go ahead and have my self roll stealth here.
everyone is required to do a stealth roll. So
Mhm.
So everyone?
everyone's required at this point.
Stealth.
Well,
So here's my first roll. Oh, I can't get better than that. So
Nice.
Oh, nice. Is everybody
Very
getting
good.
advantage or just
Everyone gets advantage because of the goose distraction.
okay?
Yep.
So that
Let me
means
find stealth. Bonus is 3.
Hey, let me make sure I'm doing it on Marshall first.
Yeah, and then also I think Norelor, what you're wearing heavier armor, correct?
Yeah, but it's a chainmail shot. It doesn't give disadvantage on stealth checks.
Perfect. I just want to double check.
okay. Apparently, the dice gods hate me today.
Hmm.
I am the literal shadow of death.
16, and then
I got 9 with advantage.
Oh,
Yeah, because one of them was a 1.
okay, I got 16. Not bad. Oh, my owl. I need to roll for my owl. Forgot what I need. Oh, yeah. I have ladders.
yes, don't get Blathers killed this time.
Mhm.
+3 this time. Oh, did not mean to move forward.
And remember, Blathers effectively has flyby attack. Don't end his turn in danger.
Yes. Just don't.
Yeah, danger is my middle name.
There's Blathers' rolls. I really wish it wasn't laggy.
It would be nice.
It's amazing the airtime your dice get. It's just like do 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 do.
I'm gonna assume a 22 already passes. Do you still want me to roll again for Blathers?
Just in case you get a nat, I guess.
Yeah, I
No.
guess so.
I got
Go
a
for it.
26. I'm literally invisible.
I need to pick up the damn dice. It won't let me pick up the die.
Out of curiosity, Ace, do you have a fairy dragon in the model library?
Yeah, I'm assuming a 19 passes.
Mhm.
let me check with the fairy dragon. I don't think there is a fairy dragon model.
I don't think there's one in Tailspire or with the expansions we've added, but it'd be worthwhile to know. I quickly checked the mod menu just to see, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, the only one I see here is just the 4 models of like the purple, the red one that's yours, the blue, and also the green one. So
Yeah, and in the base models, there's no fairy dragons as far as I'm aware.
okay, so anyone, let me go ahead and check the results again. So 22. Okay. 9. Let's see. 11 and also the higher ones. Okay. So anyone that got a 10 or higher succeeds. And I would say since the most of the party succeeded, as your goose honks, you do notice that there's a bit more scuttling by the tree or so as the 5 red caps are just like, oh, And you see them start like immediately like noticing the goose and start pulling out what looks to be let me pull it up again. Like these really like crazy looking sickles. As they start charging their way towards the goose.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get
And-
themselves goose dinner.
Yes. Just as a quick side, the goose is always going to be flying outside of their range, making sure to not be able to be attacked by them directly.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
No, and
And
also D&D Beyond. Oh, sorry,
And
I'll
yet
say
keep
just for
honking
after.
noisily.
Mm-hmm.
D&D Beyond finally lets you add creatures on your character sheet, so you don't have to constantly try to scroll between two different things to figure out what you have.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure I can reach at least one of them and engage immediately if I want.
Yep, you guys get one free open opportunity right now to do something before I ask you to roll initiative. So,
Ooh.
Well, Paarth
Hmm.
could definitely punish the one or two of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's see.
How many Ds would sleep do at this point? 2d8, 4, 2, so
Yeah, I'll
48 additional.
go right there and
Mhm.
basically just. And
Would 98 be worth it to cast sleep?
no.
Okay. Let me see what the enemy.
You guys are 6th level. Sleep is not effective around like after like 3rd.
Well, it's a wizard spell, so I'm stuck with it.
Oof.
Well, I could do Shadow Blade.
Mm.
Actually, if we're in darkness, Shadow Blade has advantage.
We are rather in shadows here.
Yep. Okay, so I see
I'll
Targ.
cast Shadow Blade.
Okay, so Targ, I see that you are attempting to attack one of them by sneaking up against it.
yeah,
Okay. Vulcan, I see you're trying to attack as
Mhm.
well. I assume Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
And
Okay.
likewise, Paarth is going to attack that guy first, and that guy second.
Yep,
So
well-
I roll each.
Yeah. Well, also hold
Mhm.
on, wait before I ask you to roll. I'm just trying to figure out what everyone else is doing. So,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just queuing my
Mhm.
thoughts.
Vlad, what were you trying to do?
Vlad is gonna draw out. He's gonna pull out that short bow that he was given back a while ago, and he's gonna knock an arrow, and he is going to aim at. Let me see. He is going to aim at this guy initially. This one right here that I got the ball marker on.
Okay.
Mm.
So
Oh my
pistol
God,
shot, you
I
said,
spend
or
the whole
No,
finger
short
on-
bow.
short bow? Got it. And then you, Marshall, you said that you're just prepping up a Shadow Blade. That's it.
Well, Shadow Blade is bonus action to cast, so I could cast it and then throw it as the action. But I'll wait for everybody else's thing too.
What's the range on throwing that though? Because I think you're at a very far distance right
Well,
now.
I'm also not facing the way I want to be facing, too.
Well, you can turn that. That's
Yeah, well, my
That's
game
free.
is so laggy, it's hard to freaking do that.
Well,
Yeah.
we understand that you'll be facing enemies. Your facing won't
Yeah.
change your distance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's 2060.
Okay, so you would have to get like, even if you were to, because you can only get up to 30 feet, and the closest, like the one that you are closest to, because you're like right here, would be like either this dude who's like basically 100, like 15 feet away, and then there's another one that's 110 feet away.
Okay, let me see what other spells I have.
There's also
How
a really
far
dark
does-
dude there in the middle that I actually didn't even see.
Yeah. I also need a decision pretty soon since I have like 30 minutes.
Oh, never mind. That's just Targ. Targ ran way up there. Okay.
Yep.
What's it called? Web. I'm casting web instead, so everybody else has an easier time hitting them.
Where exactly? Are you
It's a
targeting?
60-foot range, and it's 20 feet square.
Well, you're farther than 60 feet away.
Yeah, you're 110 feet, 115 feet away from even the shortest ones. Even if you were to move up, you wouldn't be able to do that.
God damn it! Then I'll just cast Scorching Ray.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, so I need everyone to make their attacks now. Besides you, Targ, I already see that you rolled yours, so...
And are we getting all these at advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Marshall, did you want to just have that be stacked on one target, or did you want to have it on multiple?
I'm assuming there's only really one within the 120 range, so I'm gonna go for just all on that one.
Like this guy right here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and roll your 3 attack rolls then.
Okay. Like, this is...
Oh, and then Norelor, what were you wanting to do?
Okay, so you had loaded up one of the ice bolts, and is aiming at least one of these guys within her range. And it's going to strike the moment the other strike, which is right now apparently.
Let's see. You have a heavy crossbow or a light crossbow?
Light.
Okay. Let me check the range on that.
It's 80.
80? Okay.
Can I just roll in real life and tell you the actual thing? Because it is going to be very slow for me if I do it on the Tailspire.
I'd prefer to be on Tailspire, but if you give me the value for it, I can roll it for you.
Okay, it's +8.
Okay, just give me one sec. So I'll do 2d20. Is it +8?
Yeah, it does 3.
Well,
Right.
I know I'm rolling for advantage for each of them.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
Right.
so let's say.
Oh yeah, also my first attack was against the one that's at my right hand side, and the second attack
23.
was to the left.
Ooh,
A
I
23,
see a
a
nat
nat
20 in
20.
there.
And a 27.
Yep, so all 3 of those hit. Okay. And then...
I can roll the
80.
2d6 because it's just flat damage. That's easier to do.
Well, you're gonna roll 2... You're gonna
No,
roll
I mean, there's no
8d6.
modifier, so I don't have to use a text box, I mean.
Yeah. You'll just be rolling 8d6. And then, yeah, Norelor, you should be able to... Oh, yeah, you can actually... Honestly, you can hit any of them. So, besides, like, this farther guy or so, but, like, you can hit, like, any of the 4.
Okay.
Let's see, Tog's attacking the 2 next
Oh.
round.
Yeah.
And
These are all the dice I have to roll.
geez,
I
I'm
just-
Okay,
Is it-
that is
is
just hilarious watching the slow-mo.
Morbius!
Is it too late to make a proclamation of using the sharpshooter feat with the short bow?
What did you roll to hit?
22.
Just -5. and
Yeah,
then
just
you'll-
-5 to incur a +10 on the attack's damage.
That's fine. I'll allow it this one time.
Okay.
And then everyone pretty much hits, honestly.
I haven't
I wonder if I
made
kill
my
the
rolls
guy.
yet for hitting.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting for you to roll, and then
Okay. So
I can roll now?
then-
yep, go for it.
Oh,
I'm just trying to calculate everything, so I'm
the
like
first one
waiting
is a
for
complete
each
critical,
person. Don't even roll. You're good.
and the second bolt is a 9 to hit.
Well, the second bolt you get advantage with, so because all your attacks for this one round are at advantage.
12 to hit the second bolt.
That second bolt unfortunately will miss, but the crit does hit.
Okay, so what do I do with a crit for my damage die?
Double the dice.
Double them up? Okay. So does that also double the effects on my dice? Because I now have effectively the equivalent of Agonizing Blast because my sidekick feats. Or not feats, but features.
It's just double the dice. That's all.
Okay,
So
double
since
the
it would
dice
be,
only.
if it's just the 1d10,
So
then
it's
you'd roll
2d10.
2d10. Yeah.
So 2d10. Bloop.
Yeah.
So 6, that immediately becomes 12, and then 1 second.
By the way, I'm attacking with my Karma Scythe.
Okay.
I'm imagining I throw the bolt, raise like a baseball, just because they're so far away.
Done.
And then, I'm sorry, Norelor, were you saying something?
Okay, the ice bolts are just regular. Damage rise the regular ice bolts. Regular bolts, they just have an additional effect.
Let me check. Let's see.
1 second, I need to quickly pull my book out because for some reason it's not listed in the tools. 1 moment.
I need to take my dice off the battlefield.
Yeah, I think after everyone's finished rolling here, a dice clear would be appropriate.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Just give me 1 moment.
I'm putting this
I'm
in
trying-
verbatim in my notes so that I know it for next time here.
So, okay, so for you, Norelor, add a d6 for cold damage in addition to your normal damage.
Okay.
So it is my spellcasting ability modifier. So ability modifier just means charisma, not the profession thing. Okay. So that would be a +3.
And then,
so
if everyone could, sorry for the interrupting, but if everyone could just type in chat the total damage they dealt, just to help for organizing purposes, that'd be fantastic.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, like how Vlad did it. So that'd be just help me with so much easier than trying to calculate everything.
I deal 10 damage to the first target, 9 to the second. But I forgot that I still have my bonus action still, so I can technically use my unarmed strike still.
Go for it. So you said what was for the first and the second?
10 damage first, 9 damage second.
Oh, I totally used the wrong dice. Ignore that one.
And I'm pretty sure that hits as well.
Yeah.
And the attack goes to that.
I had to let 3 of those go through.
And another 5 damage to that.
To which one, the first or second one?
The first one.
Okay.
So much number crunching right now.
Yeah, this is the math equation now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think everything is done calculating, so let's see. So,
Little me is rolling around going, I don't want to learn math.
no, math is my worst subject. Oh.
Hey, Carl Weezer.
Oh, and if it matters, the 2 first attacks are slashing damage, and the third was bludgeoning damage. All of them count as magical.
They do not. But let's see.
What do you mean? I have key empowered strikes, and that applies to my dedicated weapon as well, which is my Karma now.
Do we need to be doing this Fey Wild stuff?
If you're casting a spell, I was going to ask if you do that first. So if you casted a spell, roll me a natural 20 roll. So like no modifiers, nothing, just neutral roll for d20.
Okay, spellcasters, you heard them.
Yep.
Mhm.
This also includes cantrips.
17.
You're good?
16.
You're good? And then it would just be you, Paarth.
Oh, I am still rolling?
Yeah, including cantrips.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no,
usually-
my bad. Never mind,
Yeah.
never mind. You're good.
That's why
I
I
was
was
like-
asking.
You're good. I was like, you're good, that's it. I'm just joking. Okay.
That's
so
why I
let's
was
see,
asking about it,
so-
whether or not you wanted me to have it like where like my warlock spells had to or not, just so that there's fairness or this. But
Okay. Okay, so let's go down the list. Okay, so Paarth, you were attacking this dude?
yep, that one
That's-
hits. The other one is a miss.
Okay, so this dude got a crit, and then that damage was 15. Okay. Let's see.
Critical damage.
Okay, next is Vladimir, who was attacking this dude.
With the short bow and took the sharpshooter feat to incur a -5 to hit for an additional +10 to damage. He
So
rolled
27?
a 22. Well,
Oh,
he rolled a 22. So a -5 to that would have been
17 to hit.
17 to hit. And then
Still
the
hits.
overall damage would have been I wrote it down. 17 total damage.
Okay, so before you dealt 7, but then it increased
Yeah.
to 10, so okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, so damage is taken for him, and next up is Valkin, who... Did you have 2 separate targets for each of those,
Yes,
or
I
just
did.
one target?
I split my beams.
Okay, so that's 1 target there. So what was the damage for that one?
That one was 10 damage,
Okay, so 10 damage to this dude.
and he got pushed 10 feet away.
Ah! Oh, wait. Ugh! And then second one was against that dude.
Mhm.
Can I remove my dice from the field?
I'm going to remove them. I'm just taking damage down. Give me a moment.
Sorry.
What was the damage on the second dude?
That was 6, and also pushed. And he gets slowed and by 10
Slowed.
feet of movement.
Okay. I will add a ring of blue to identify he is gay. And then Norelor, your damage was 10. God damn, y'all fucking focus down the shit on these dudes.
Like, if that guy isn't dead yet,
No, he's not. And then I'm going to clear all dice. And then I need everyone to roll me initiative.
alright.
Oh boy.
Zooey mama. Finally we got that. Now we can be more organized. I love it. Also, I'm going to change music.
Not 20.
Nice.
Did we do the
Run.
the scorching ray stuff already?
Oh, yeah, what was your damage in total?
I think it was 32.
Yeah, his total was 32.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was against one dude.
Yeah, so just fuck that one guy in particular.
Yeah, screw him. I don't care.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Because that's 3 beams with how much per beam?
2d6, but he crit on one of them.
Ah.
So
it's
essentially, he
10.
rolled a fireball against one target.
So yeah. Damn. It was 10, then 9, then 6, then 7.
Ah, why did I do that?
Whoa.
It's not supposed to be.
Ooh, I can actually see.
Vision.
No, you can't.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's dark out for a reason. Fight in the dark. Actually, I am going to brighten it up a little bit just for. There we go. That's better.
Hey, you can actually see where my die are.
I was gonna say we found the source of the miasma and we got it immediately.
Also, for some reason, why is the music not playing?
Oh, it's
I'm
playing
hearing
music.
music.
I'm
It's
getting
playing
playing
right.
music.
Okay, I have headphones on, so I'm like,
Hmm.
oh,
I
people
have dark
can't
vision
see.
anyway.
That's my initiative.
give me one moment. I'm just calculating other ones. So
Initiative is just a dex straight, right?
yes.
Oh damn. Okay, so my owl has a +1 to initiative.
Well, they go immediately after you, so you don't need to roll initiative for them.
I still got it. I hate Allie.
Okay. I just need to get my notes going for this. So it is. Oh nope, not that. Okay. So. Okay. Oh damn. Okay. And last one. Okay, cool. All right. Let's check the initiative scores. Yahoo!
Right.
Turn-based mode. All right. So Targ is clearly going first with a 24. Followed by Aeros.
Just now thinking of Targ Koopa stomping them.
Yahoo!
all the Koopas, all these red caps like Goombas. Squish, squish, squish.
Goomba, fuck you! Oh, I have to put the geese in order. Get the over here, geese. Okay, so next is so after Paarth, it then goes this dude. Then it goes. Okay. Oh wow, this is actually a pretty good initiative order for you guys.
Ooh.
And okay, our turn order has now been presented, and combat begins with Targ.
Let's just try to destroy this guy then.
Oh, very quiet music. There we go. Very quiet on stream. I was like, I gotta increase it a little bit.
Ah.
There we go. Okay.
I love that thumbnail for the goose. That is very much this goose wants a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, bro.
This is a very aggressive Canadian goose.
This is a very violent goose.
Yes.
Well, next week
why are
is
you rolling
Bert's
advantage?
taking.
No, I was trying to attack both times with this guy.
Oh, okay. That's +7. So okay, so your first attack misses, but the second attack does hit.
Okay.
As you hit him. Ow!
My
We just got
please.
named.
Uh, 9 damage on that, and I think then I will do just a flurry of blows on it.
Okay, go right ahead. This guy's not looking too good.
Hmm.
I want him to be
Yeah.
dead. She used the freaking touch of death technique on him.
So one thing I will say, and this specifies specifically to Targ, is that you know that like as you did like approach like these sort of red caps or so, and they're like ready or so, and they're kind of jittering to the regard, you notice that they all have like different sorts of wraps of markings around them. So specifically, it's almost as if like they're entangled across their body. The one that you are, that they all kind of all have like different interchanging colors or so as you do so. So this would be something only specifically you would know as you are like face to face with them.
Yeah.
Those are pretty impressive to hit rolls.
Okay, yeah, you pretty much take this dude out. How do you want it to look like?
Dang.
Well, basically, I just do the big fucking like, yeah, just in his face until basically his skull explodes.
Okay. As you do that, and you like Wing Chun like sort of like constant blows to the body or so, and you just kind of like leave this you leave this creature bruised and bleeding. I need you to roll a 10-sided dice for me as he collapses. As you see the strands of like markings that were on him, they completely start like breaking apart a little bit and fizzle away.
9.
Oh, okay. As the markings oh god. So as the markings fade, a bright green light emits from it as you see the not the goblin, but the red cap's body immediately like turn to ash. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 20.
Okay, you were not affected by it, but you do notice that upon the death of this creature, it looks as if it reminds you of a disintegration ray from a beholder.
Oh, interesting.
And is that your turn?
Yeah, aside from regaining the gift of the Silent Lord, if you will, temporary hit points.
Nice. Quick turns. Vladimir, go.
Okay, so is that still good for the short bow?
Let me check.
Let me say, there's an absolute range of the range in which you would start taking disadvantage on the attack.
Well, he is sharpshooter, and so it's 320 feet, so you're perfectly fine.
Okay. So originally I was gonna have a quick little back and forth of like, do I stick with the short bow, or do I switch over to my handguns, because now that we've been spotted. But as of right now, he's probably just going to continue with the short bow, and he's going to take aim at... Come on, give me the thing. Take aim at the one I was looking at.
Alright, go ahead and make an attack roll.
And obviously no advantage, so 1d20 plus... What was it again? That, yeah. Okay... Yeet! That is a 14.
That will hit.
And I did not declare sharpshooter, so I'll just ignore that for now. So I will do normal damage, which is this plus, what was it, 5? Yes, that plus 5. Yeet! That'll be 7 total.
And that's 7 against this far target, like right here, right?
Yes, that one.
Okay. Wait, so how many damage? I'm sorry.
7.
7? Okay. You shoot at him, and he is not looking too good.
And since he has a second attack. That's right. So R1D, not 30. Good lord.
Plus 30.
Yeah, 1d20 plus 30. That's a 15.
That hits.
Yeet. 7 again. Good lord, what is it with the 2s?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter because you stick 2 arrows into this goblin after it's been completely
Cap.
punished, and now it dies. You do notice that a sparking of magic does emit from it, as it looks as if a prismatic ray is being fired at a last-ditch response against you. Roll me a d10.
Okay. Yeet. 1.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw is not that great.
Let's see what you got.
Yeah, that's that. Yeet. Nat 20. Fuck. All right, I'll take it.
Let's go.
Hey.
So
Nice.
as the ray does come like within near contact with you, a sensational feeling of warmness hits your heart, as you slightly blush, but you immediately like whisk it away or so. You're just like, whew, what was that?
He almost got charmed, I'm guessing?
Maybe. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be his turn, right? That'll be his turn.
All right, Valkin, quick turns. You're up.
All right. So, once again, there I am firing my. Let's see. I'm going to use bonus action to cast Hex there on the blue one there, or the one with the blue ring.
It has a range of 90 feet, so...
There. Or, let me double check the range. What is range here? Where's my character? There. 90 feet. Okay, so that one then, I will advance in that case, so... Let's see, so that'd be, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 there, so I'll just put Hex on... I'll just put Hex on this guy, right next to Targ instead.
Okay, what's the modifier that you're choosing?
He's going to have problems with his dexterity.
Okay, sounds good. I will use a bright pink to show that he's gay for it.
And then I'll do 2 Eldritch Blasts there. So,
one against the hex target, and then is there another one against a different target?
Yep, and the other one is going to be against the blue ringed one.
Okay, sounds good.
That's why it's not letting me do that. Alright.
Alright, make your attack rolls.
So, this one is against the... Oh, wrong thing, sorry. And there. That is against the Hexed. Here for 17 to hit. And then this is against the Slow Boy. 29.
Yep, both hit.
Okay. Alright, then in that case, doing 1d10 plus 5 for damage on each of them. That's the first one. Let's see, so that plus the hex damage, and hex damage is 1d6. Mm-hmm. 1d6 plus plus nothing. That's right. Yeah.
The silent lord comes for us all. Feel his chill touch upon your heart.
So 7 for 11 damage to him.
Against the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, he dies.
Alright.
And I need you to roll a 10-sided dice as you, upon his death, you see a ray being immediately shot against you.
Okay. Hang on. Had already queued up the damage for the other guy.
A 10-sided? Oh.
Yeah, so the other guy takes 15 damage and is slowed. Or continues to be slowed.
Yeah, he's still slowed, so...
Yep. Alright, and now just a flat 10 for you there for magic in general. 5.
Okay.
Then...
So, this sort of particular ray does show up to be a bit of a purplish and like pitch black one as it hits you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, I do have advantage with those thanks to the staff. So that's lucky there.
That's with concentration though, is it? Or is it just in general?
Advantage against concentration saves.
Okay, so this is not a concentration save, so you would not get that.
There. Okay.
But you will need it though, probably. So.
Yeah. Okay. 1d20 plus. Con is 2. Nine, and definitely going to use, let's see. Let me just check on the Dark One's own luck feat, or feature.
Invocation.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm going to flat out use one of my luck points on that. Just do a total reroll. There, yep. 2. There we go, and seriously.
I rates rated adds up.
Okay, fine. Dark One's own luck activates for an extra D10 on that.
11.
Oh, of course, it bounces off normal. Okay, for 11.
Unfortunately, it still does fail, even with all that.
Seriously. There. Oh, real quick, before anything there, I do need to also take into account my temporary hit points that I gain by killing things.
Yep, go ahead and do that first.
Yep. How many temporary hit points do I get again?
Oh yeah, you're a fiend warlock.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically the same thing as I do.
Yeah. Where is it? Let's see here. Gain Charisma mod plus Warlock level. There, so Charisma mod is 5, 6, so 11 temporary.
Nice. That's immediately going to be eaten away because as the raid does hit you, you feel the strength that you used to carry your body immediately rip away from you as you take 25 necrotic damage.
Ugh. Alright, so that would be And so the beam doesn't have any like chance to hit or anything like that?
Nope, it is a saving throw.
Wow.
So you still take like what, 14 necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So let's see here.
Oof.
I think that's right.
Because if I recall correctly, you had charisma of 20, so that would give you 11 temporary hit points from killing.
Mm-hmm. Let me make sure my math is right here.
You'd be at 24.
Mm-hmm. No. 31.
Because of the temporary hit points in the kill.
Mhm.
Right, so that's 11 subtracted by 25, so that's 14. So 14 subtracted by 38.
No, I had my natural hit points is 45. They're plus 11, and then minus 25 from that.
Okay, can you update? Oh, okay, I didn't see the update on your character, so my bad.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Yeah, the in-game status there. Yeah, that was a little late in coming.
it's okay.
Mhm.
And is there? So that was your movement, action, bonus action.
So I am done.
All right. Anything you want the goose to do?
There. Yeah, the goose is going to do, since it's owl-based, yes?
Yeah, owl
What?
stats.
Yep, flyby attack there on this guy.
Mhm.
So, what is owl-based stat there?
I don't think it has an attack.
They do. Let me take a look and see the stats. Yeah, they have a talent attack, so it's
Mhm.
plus 3 to hit, and it deals 1 slashing.
Okay. And I'm guessing the damage was already done to that guy from what he got hit from.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing you could do is perform the help action to give advantage to Paarth on his turn, but your call.
Yeah. You know, sure. I'll do the help action there, and the goose is going to basically badger this thing just before retreating with flyby there to distract him from Paarth on Paarth's turn.
It's much more
Sounds good.
effective than doing a single damage.
Was that all within 60 feet, or?
There. It has a flight speed of 60 feet, so he was here. Let me do 43 there, so he's a little bit shorter. And there, he would be. Turn that off. Here.
Yeah, that's good. Just wanted to double check.
Mhm.
And okay, Paarth, you are up.
Okay. Just want to measure. Yep, he's within range. Paarth is just gonna go with a good old-fashioned Eldritch Blast.
Against this dude.
Yep. Both shots.
All right. Go ahead and make it with advantage.
First bolt. And
That will hit.
second bolt.
That will hit.
And my damage will be 2d10 plus, I think it's 3. So since we're just going to add both bolts together, 2d10 plus 6, because each bolt gets hit. So that'd be 17.
Nice. Ka-chow.
And
He's still up.
He's still
Oh, sorry.
up. Wow.
Party little things.
Yeah, and Paarth will use the remainder of his move to just swing around this away. and try to basically get the tree somewhat in between him and this dude, just in case they actually have a ranged attack.
Sounds good.
That is my turn.
Yep. Next up is this dude. So he's slowed by 10 feet. So, Alright, so what he's gonna do is he is going to... I'm gonna see where he turns his attention to. Let's see. Okay, he's gonna turn his attention to the goose. And you see, so you would see that this red cap starts to like glow a little bit, that prismatic aspect, as a ray is shot against the goose. Number 6.
Yeah, we could really kill them all.
Okay, so I need the goose to make a strength saving throw.
Oh gosh.
No, not a saving throw.
1d20. No, it is a goose there versus an owl summoning there. Does that affect any sort of strength score? Because the owl has -4 on its modifier.
It just has a -4.
What is the thing doing to grab a goose out of the air?
Grab a goose.
Grab a goose.
Here.
Two
Well.
play fails.
Yep.
Okay,
What is
so
it using to grab him though?
it's shooting a ray. So
Oh.
yeah. So if this is a telekinetic ray, so this one doesn't actually look much like a ray at all. It's just kind of like a bunch of waves and everything like that actually look like tendrils, like transparent tendrils. So if the target is a creature, it must succeed on the saving throw, which it definitely failed. Or the creature moves the target up to 30 feet away in any direction. It is restrained by the telekinetic grip until the start of this creature's next turn, or wait, let's see, or until it's incapacitated. So it is going to basically just move it 30 feet closer to him.
I thought you said away.
It can move it up to 30 feet in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there. I thought you had read 30 feet away.
It could be away or anything like that.
If you put the thing into measure mode with the stick thing, if you then put your dot directly on the goose and then directly on the red cap, it'll give you the diagonal direction for you.
I know. It's still within 30 feet.
Okay, it's just the bubble is horizontal only on the ground.
I know.
Get over here!
Get over here! So, and then also in addition to that, it does get one attack action with a multi-attack. So it can forego one of its attacks in order to do a mind ray. So it will attack with its sickle against Leg Goose.
Here I thought multi-attack could only trigger if they had made a standard attack action.
This is a specialized ruling. Does an 11 hit?
And there. Let's see.
Oh wait, my bad. 13.
Oh, 13. And their armor class is 11.
Okay, so that will hit, and unfortunately, since your owl only has 1 health, it's gonna die. So
So much for
Wait.
the
Wait.
sturdy goose.
Yeah, I thought that goose was going to be immortal.
And
Yeah.
this is a
No.
perfect example of what happens when you overhype something.
But
The-
goose, no.
That's all he'll do. Unfortunately, I didn't. It was random, so All right, Marshall, you're up.
Okay, I'm looking through what's it called? Find familiar to see if I can how its movement works. Like if it can move normally, like if I can make it do a dash action and then do something else.
You wouldn't be able to because the dash would take up its action.
Mm.
Yeah,
that's why I'm trying to look through it.
That's the point of a dash action. A dash action uses your standard action to just do full move.
Okay, you can't. Finally, when you cast a spell with range and touch, your familiar can deliver the spells if it had the thing. It uses its reaction. Okay. So I could hypothetically have it dash 160 feet. I mean 200 feet, 120 feet. And then I can cast Inflict Wounds and just hurt one of the gnome things.
So dashing takes an action.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be able to cast both. It wouldn't be able to cast a spell and do that because they both cost an action.
Marshall's using his action to cast a spell. The owl's using its reaction to touch the gnome.
Yes.
The reaction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'll allow that. Yeah. So
Sweet.
it'll have to be this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hope you have some leftover movement so that it's not in death range.
Nope, it's exactly the range.
Ooh.
Here we go again.
Mamma mia.
Here we go
Good thing
again.
we got lots of herbs.
Okay, let's do it.
That isn't cheap though.
I can always,
It costs gold every time you cast that spell.
I can always still free barbs. Wait. Can I move 60 feet ahead? Can I move as far as I can ahead?
You can move
Just so I can
30 feet.
potentially. Yeah, just no. Yeah, I'll still move 30 feet, and then because I'm casting a spell, I will fly forward 10 more feet.
Okay.
I'm surprised.
And then I roll to attack with. No, is it? It's an attack. So could you roll the d20 for me?
Yeah. What's the bonus?
It's a spell attack. So let me see. Inflict wounds +7.
+7. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what you got. Nice, that hits.
Okay, so 3d10 necrotic damage.
Ooh. Yo, what's poppin'? 19.
Woo! Sheesh.
That's not bad.
And that's my action, my bonus action, its action, and its reaction.
Yep, there's really nothing that you or the owl could do, so.
Unless it suddenly has a bonus action I can make it do.
No.
No.
Norelor, you are up.
Okay. 19 didn't kill it? Damn.
That one didn't even get touched.
Yeah, it's rest like a crack.
No, the one
Yeah.
I went for.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm surprised you guys haven't learned by now that it's not very smart to use familiars as primary melee combatants.
Yeah, I
Here.
keep trying to explain to the guys, the reason the owl has flyby attack is so that it can spend half of its turn running away because it will die in a hit.
The problem is, I forgot, but also it was too far away.
Yeah.
Then what you do is you don't have it attack at that turn. You just spend its turn getting closer while still maintaining that 30-foot distance away.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because
Alright.
nothing can hit you at 30 feet. At least nothing that they wouldn't rather hit you, the spellcaster, than the familiar.
In my
What?
case, there, even if I had that perfect balance, mine still would have been drugged 30 feet towards the red cap.
Yes, but
still
what is
80
Paarth
feet
doing
away.
at this exact
Guys, I'm on a
Shush.
time restraint.
Okay.
Norelor, what's your turn?
Well, Can I use my bonus action to refill my river? I mean,
Yeah. I mean, so like, if you're trying to like do another shot or so, with a loading property, it just means you can't do a multi attack with it. So it doesn't cost like a bonus action to reload it. It just you can just you would have it nice and loaded now, and then you'd fire it.
okay.
Yep. Sorry for the random thing, but
Yeah.
I was supposed to leave like a little bit ago, so.
I was gonna bring it up. I was like, "But you're talking. I probably shouldn't interrupt if you're the one talking." Oh, there.
Oh, that's good.
All right. So take a strike at the injured one using another ice bolt.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll. That one ain't looking too good.
That's not gonna hit.
Unfortunately, it's not, and it does use up your ice bolt.
Yeah, it does.
Not within distance, too. Damn it. Cancel rebarbs and tape.
Anything else that you wanted to try?
Not at this moment.
Oh.
Not at this moment in time.
Okay. All right. Yep. Let me go ahead and next it will be, the gnome's turn, and he'll decide where he goes.
Oh, I need a roll for what's it called? Wild magic.
Oh yeah. Roll the wild magic for me right now. Do it. It'll be fun. Because each time
And then
you
suddenly
succeed, it
everything turns into a
increases.
spotted plan.
Yeah. Aw, you succeed. Okay.
Oh, are we doing the building wild magic thing?
Yep. And for this particular red cap, he's like, "I don't like you." Oh. And he's gonna start going on over towards Targ.
Oh, thank God. Oh, does my owl get an opportunity? Oh no, it already used its reaction.
Also, he's still within 5 feet technically, so
Yeah.
he will go ahead and attempt to attack at you, Targ. What is your AC?
18.
18? Okay. Let's see. Plus 6. So yeah, unfortunately that will hit with a 21.
Okay.
Okay.
And-
Okay, so 6, 7, 8 slashing damage. And then he goes for a second attack. That will hit.
Okay.
Taking 6 slashing damage.
I'll use my deflect attacks on the first attack.
Using deflect on the first one?
Yeah, if you'll allow me.
I'll allow it, yeah.
Let's see, what was the thing again? Dexterity plus. Oh yeah. Alright.
Okay, so it fully reduces the damage.
Yeah. And the second attack just goes off my temp HP, I guess.
Okay. Sounds good. Wait, is that the one that lets you do like an additional like a reactionary attack if you reduce the damage fully, or?
Yeah, one unarmed on our reaction attack.
If you want to go for that on the first one, you're more than free to.
Yeah. And 15.
That will hit.
Yeah.
And 6 damage.
Nice. Okay, he's starting to look a little bit weak, but he will go for a third attack. Which unfortunately will hit. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay, that one I
Oh
felt.
shit!
That's 12 damage.
Let's see. Oh well, I'm still quite chippy.
Yeah, you're still okay. It's like 18 total damage. I don't know, it was yeah, 18 total damage.
That puts me at 50.
Nice. And that is the end of his turn. So Targ, you are up.
Right.
Should I just voice the... We've just completed a round?
Yeah, that was
Should we
all in
stop-
one round.
Yeah, should we stop here? I don't want to push it too much into your schedule.
I don't mind stopping here if you guys wouldn't mind.
Honestly, fair.
It's your
Yeah.
schedule there, Ace. You call it.
Yeah, especially if you don't think we'll be able to focus down these last two.
You know what? I think we can go this next round because they're pretty weak, honestly, at this point. Let me go ahead and just take a small opportunity to step away because I need to make a phone call quickly and just let my family know that I'm gonna be a bit late. Okay.
Okay.
All
You
right.
first.
I'll be right back, guys. So give me just one moment and then think of what you guys want to do for this last round of combat. Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Righto.
We will all plan ahead.
BRB.
As I have been working on for a while now, as all of the random lines are appearing everywhere, coming from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Paarth, mostly all I can do is shoot and hide. Really, the owls need to take notes from Paarth.
I mean, the thing was with mine is that either it would do nothing that turn at all, which is, I know, an option, or if I did anything at all with it, it had no option of getting behind anything.
It could fly up to the tree that I'm in.
No, it did not have that movement.
The main one that made me react is just simply Marshell using all of his movement to get the owl right in front of the guy, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning that.
There. Yep.
Yep.
Like, Paarth isn't as squishy as the owls, but even Paarth literally shoots and hides. Like, even if it seems a bit, like, selfish, Paarth literally hides behind the other players simply because he can't soak very much damage. Like, he's hard to hit, but he really can't soak much damage. Like, 3 hits and he's gone. And this is with Paarth having the advantage of the sidekick thing, because if he didn't, he would only have the same amount of health as the owl did. Because the pseudodragon
Mhm.
only gets, I think it's 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah.
So, that appears to be an interesting twist on these red caps he's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some sort of corruption going on here.
Yep, Paarth only knew a little bit about it. Of course, you guys saw out of character what the Fae were telling Paarth on his last visit to them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't know why Paarth is being called Little Prince, but we at least now know that he's a guardian. Like, he's supposed to be one of the guardians of the gate.
Yes. Yeah, the prince thing is still definitely a mystery.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Tard calls Vladimir the High Lord.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, I wanted to make a comment about that. I'm still thinking of the Silent Lord having like a cup of tea with Tatiana.
It's kind of a pop culture reference in a way. Because Vladimir he has those replicant clones, and he's basically fighting for the throne per se, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the replicants there, yeah.
So basically he's taking part in a power struggle, and the best thing that I have to kind of compare to a massive power struggle is the Tal'Darim Protoss Right of Rakshare, and
Oh, yeah.
by the right of Rakshare, I am High Lord.
I do think it's adorable, though, the whole time here, Paarth is going to have that weird effect on him where it's effectively, he's not doing it intentionally, he can't, but effectively he's constantly under like a minor illusion effect of looking like a orange yellow fairy dragon, and you guys can look directly at him, and with even just a moment of disbelief, you can see Paarth, like the normal pseudo dragon, but every time you see him from like the side or like at a glance, you see the fairy dragon again, because his Fey mark is constantly active in here. He's basically always under his Fey mark, because in the Fey Wilds, your Fey mark is very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of it being one of those things where you get a flicker, like you blink and you swear you saw something when he goes to cast a spell, now it's always on.
Yeah, I was wondering
see.
what the fairy dragon was. I thought it was just because you spent so much time in the fire eyes you were confronting, but it's your Fey mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Paarth is literally Fey marked by basically being marked as a fairy dragon, even though he's a pseudo dragon.
Aha.
You guys didn't get the opportunity to ask about what's the deal with Paarth and the Fae to the Dryad, but I'm sure that another opportunity will come up to like say, what's the deal here? What's going on with like Paarth and the Fae? Because
Well,
there's a
it's-
story going on there.
Yeah, don't doubt that for a second.
Yeah. We're also going. She's not in very good shape right now. She'll probably be much better safe once we remove the source of corruption and everything can go back to normal, including her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you guys find out who Paarth's patron is, that's just gonna be delectable. It's gonna be like, Paarth's patron is who?
That's gonna be funny, yes.
Curious. How long?
Yes.
How has your kind avoided natural selection for this long?
So, you're judging the distance for what? You're trying to go in for an attack?
Oh, no, I'm actually judging line of sight.
Ah.
basically how much he needs a sidestep to get a shot in, I'm guessing. Also, a gunshot in the Feywilds is going to really got all the Fey really confused.
That was
Because,
that
like,
was
oh,
that was
thunder?
that was something I was thinking about for a while too, because originally I was gonna do a quick back and forth, like a mental back and forth to Paarth, going, should I just switch to gun or stick with the short bow?
Thunder
Oh.
in this weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of, the reason earlier Paarth kind of threatened Vladimir with the like heat metal spell like being used on his swords is Paarth was effectively trying to tell Vladimir that cold metal to the Fae is like the metals under the heat metal spell. The Fae do not like cold metal, and displaying
Cold iron.
cold iron, yeah, but displaying cold iron in any fashion to the Fae is basically an insult, even if it doesn't burn them. There's still that meaning behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So, presenting your sword in a fashion without them having a specific, you know, like they are providing you the sword, or you are lending them your sword, or something along those lines. Just presenting a sword to them is basically a "I'm here to burn you" kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a very threatening gesture.
And putting it in the ground under all the normal circumstances, putting it in the ground is a very much an indication that you're not planning to use it, but you'd be plunging it into their sacred ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because even the ground is considered part of them. So cold metal being stuffed into the ground is actually hurting the ground.
Well, either way, Vlad got the message of, no blade, got it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As for the gun, they'd be a little confused as to even what that is.
Okay, so I basically have my tactics down for the other two, depending on
What Targ does.
what Targ does. If he eliminates this one, then Vlad's gonna have to do his full movement to get into line of sight of this one, because he's not gonna be able to close the distance from where he is right now in order to get sight of this one. I mean, it's either that or he
About over here?
sidesteps. I was about to say, unless if he sidesteps over here. Clear your line real quick.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Unless if
I
he
mean-
sidesteps.
Honestly, I'm just gonna probably attack both of them.
Yeah, you'd have sight of this guy. See?
Well, we'll see which one falls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see which one falls.
Oh, welcome back, Ace.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
well,
that.
Let's
if
wrap.
if one falls, cool. If they both fall, well,
Fight's
cool.
over.
Okay, top of the initiative. Targ, you are up.
Yeah, Bruce. I will put the first attacks on this guy.
Oh,
Yikes,
nat
again.
20. There
Wow.
you go.
Both the
Yeah.
too.
That is so many 20s in a row now you've got.
Lucky.
Wait, so are you doing like, is it one against each other, or just like you're gonna try and just do like one after the other?
Those are both of my first like regular attacks on the
Yeah.
attack action on the frontal one.
Okay, so both on this dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me the full damage of all that.
How do I apply the damage bonus on the crit?
You're just doubling dice.
Yeah,
so-
dice double only, not bonus like 20 plus 3. You don't add to the plus 3.
Okay.
So it should be like 3 8-sided dice plus like your dex twice or so.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, he's dead. You cave marks and bruises into this red cap. However, I need you to roll 10-sided dice.
Red cap is now red mist.
Yep.
3.
3. Okay. Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Oh, only 4.
Okay.
Oh
So- So as this red cap's body diminishes and basically cripples away of as if a necrotic force is draining from it, you get this sensation of immediate fear. So for the next minute, you are frightened of as you see the red cap in front of you. It doesn't look like a red cap anymore. You're looking upwards and you see an image of what looks to be a beholder, shaded in blackness and an ooze, as it just smiles and grins at you.
Ooh.
Well, delightful.
Not quite what I was expecting.
How's that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to that original plan.
Yeah, Targ does have remaining movement if he wants to, start running away to clear a shot for Vlad.
Well, he can shift around there for that.
Well, the general issue is that since Targ is frightened, even if he were to shift, he cannot willingly move closer to the source of its fear, aka which is now this dude. And he has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks while within line of sight for the target.
Yeah, sadly I don't have my stillness of mind yet either.
Yeah.
Well, you could try to run behind the tree.
Oh, that would invoke a attack of opportunity.
Oh. You can disengage if you still have a standard action, but I don't think you do.
No, he doesn't.
I guess then he has to stay there.
Is that your call, Targ?
I do have my bonus action still.
Oh yeah, Step of the Wind.
Yeah. Or I can literally just 2 patient defense.
That's
Okay.
true.
Rule's questioning there. If Targ were to say remain at his current distance from the target, but move around to this side of him, is that around to this side of him? Is that that action being blocked by fear, or?
That is correct, because even though that it's still within 5 feet of the creature, he cannot willingly move a space towards the creature in that area. So if he was trying to maneuver himself around it, he wouldn't be able to, because it's he's paralyzed in fear.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I would just take the dodge action with patient defense, because I think it makes a bit more sense from my perspective, because, well, here's the thing, I don't think the Silent Lord would, want him to just run away.
Well,
Well,
judging from how this looks, I think Targ would be in a good spot. Targ would be fine by the looks of things.
Yeah.
well, if you can't do anything, let's progress, because
Yep.
this turn's been taking too long here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Turn ends. Vladimir, you are up.
Okay, so this is not the full movement, but the first dot is supposed to be 30 feet. And then the rest of it was just to see the was just
Angle
to
of the
check
shot.
the angle of shot.
Yes, that's perfectly
So-
acceptable. So you have line of sight.
Put you there. And he's going to move the short bow to his offhand, draw his revolver in his main hand, and fire and open fire at it.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see what happens. Make the attack roll.
So that'll be
All around, you just see pixies, fairy dragons, and so forth fluttering out of the trees.
And then gone.
okay. So it'll be. Just want to make sure I have my shit right here. And depending on, do I call sharpshooter before or after I do this roll?
You have to call
Before, right?
Yes,
Okay.
before.
And in that case, I'm gonna call out sharpshooter. Yeet. That's a 20.
All right.
Yep, you hit.
Nice.
And that'll be R2D8. That'll be plus 5 plus 10, so I'll just do plus 15.
Yep.
Yeet! 23. So that's 23 damage total.
That is a lot of damage.
Dang.
Yeah. How do you want to do it?
So basically, Vladimir runs up between Marshell and Valkin. As he's switching the short bow to his offhand, he looks between the three of them and goes, "Cover ears!" Pulls out revolver, aims for the head, and fires.
Nice.
Kaboom.
Cover your ears!
Okay. So, as I described this, I need you to roll d10.
Yep.
So as essentially the shot gets fired, Larzung, as you see essentially a bullet ricochet through your fear, causing you to blink quickly as the body of this, what would look to be like an oozing beholder before you, fades quickly as this just looks like a dead red cap, who's spasming with more of that magic. Number 2, you said. Okay. You see a sort of electrifying ray attempt to strike at you, Vladimir. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
On saving throw, huh?
Yeah, you're pretty good at those, aren't you?
Yeah, I am pretty good at those.
All right, let's see what you got.
That'll be plus 7. Yeet. 21.
This would have been funny. Okay. So, as you see the bolt of what looks to be like electricity striking around you, you kind of just feel a tingle. And as it fades rapidly, as you've officially taken out all of the red caps.
Nice.
Yeah. And that is the end of combat.
All right.
Yay.
Yeah.
Silent Lord,
Should
take you
probably
all.
be. We should probably head out now.
All right. Well,
We can pick back up next time.
Yep.
I assume it's now that the combat's done. Paarth is just gonna go and grab the flower.
Yeah, well, we can
Ye-
assume Paarth is going to flutter down and get the gilded flower. We can do the search check and such next session if you prefer.
Well, I was going to say, in extensive purposes, as you complete the combat itself, Paarth, you notice the Gilded Lotus, worth 300 gold pieces. That is actually on a branch that is like near the middle of the tree itself. You take the opportunity to, have it on you and attach it in some sort of way nearby your collar or whatnot, or on your pack, so that way it's nice and secure. Or at least even with the help of other people. And you take a moment to recuperate before you head on north, deeper into the Feywilds. As
We'll definitely put it in his pack.
definitely put it in pack then. Okay. And we will go ahead and continue this next time. As I'll fade to darkness.
Mhm.
More darkness.
Darkness.
Which yep, that's pretty much it for today, everybody. I'm gonna do a quick rush on over to Chris Crash Games, who is playing some Risk of Rain 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid on off to them. I hope you guys enjoyed the session for today. We will attempt to be back on what day? Let's see. On December 3rd? Question mark.
December the 3rd.
Okay.
There.
We will aim for December 3rd for another session. And if there's any updates, it'll be posted around my socials, and also if you're a part of my Discord, we'll post it there, and schedule will be updated.
Mhm.
But like I said, guys, thank you so much for hopping on in today. I'm raiding off nice and quickly, and I hope you guys have yourself a lovely Sunday, and catch you guys next time. So
Bye bye.
All right. Have a
Take
good
care,
night,
everyone.
everyone, or day, or whenever you are.
Yeah. Take care, everybody.
And from my side, the raid message is going to be the shadows have come to play as we also raid on off to Chris.
and away we go.